Morning, Chair. Rod Begay, Navajo DOJ.
Morning, Mr.
Good morning, Ivan Vicente with Department of Agriculture.
Morning, Mr. Vicente.
Good morning, Delegate Paul Begay calling in. Thank you.
Morning, all.
Chairman, good morning, Delegate Freeland.
Morning, Honorable Ms. Begay, are you on the line?
Good morning, Chairman. This is Shami. I'm on the line now.
Morning, Ms. Begay.
Chairman?
Yes, Ms. Begay. We have 3 members on the call from RDC, so we'll go ahead and get started. If you would please provide the roll call for the record. It is now 9:06.
Okay. This is RDC Resource Development Committee with Navajo Land Department and Department of Justice and other tribal programs. March 5th, 2021. Roll call. Ricky Ness.
Present.
Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Thomas Walker Jr. Thomas Walker Jr. Herman M. Daniels. Herman M. Daniels. Mark Freeland. Mark Freeland.
Present.
Key Allen Begay. Key Allen Begay. Mr. Chair, you have 3 members present. The meeting does not require a quorum. The other note that I want to make is that I wanted to make sure that everyone had all of the meeting documents needed. So I emailed all 3 documents out again this morning, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for doing so, and thank you for the roll call, Ms. Begay. Honorable members of RDC, we're down to invocation on the agenda. Honorable Freeland, would you offer the prayer, please?
Chairman, good morning. Hello, colleagues and everyone on the call, good morning. Sure, I'd be honored, Chairman. Thank you. Let's go ahead and give thanks and remind ourselves of the intricacies and life as we know it. So I really like for us to reflect this morning. Our most heavenly Father, our gracious God, our Creator, our Redeemer, our Savior, most merciful one. We thank you for bringing us together once more at this most important time, Father. We ask you to help us to understand these laws and these policies that we are about to discuss. Bless each and every one of us, Father. All of our people on this call, all of our Navajo people throughout this land, all of our families that we left or we are not with at this time, Father. Protect each and every one of us. Guide us. Give us the strength. Give us the courage. Give us the will to carry on each and every day as we are continue to battle this virus, this COVID-19, Father. We ask you to continue to forgive us of any trespasses or any sins that we may committed, Father. As we know we are imperfect, but forgive us, guide us, and help us to carry on about our duties, Father. We ask you to bless and protect all of those who are suffering right now, whether they're facing mental or physical ailments, Father. Give them hope and give them courage today. Give them the will to stand up or to take on what they need to do, Father. All of our elders who may be feeling lonely right now, give them hope and give them a smile. All of our veterans who are feeling any sort of ailments, heal them. Put them on the path to recovery, Father. All of those who are battling this virus at this time, Father, in the hospitals, heal them. Give them the courage and the strength as well. And those who are recovering, heal them as well. All of our children, protect and bless each and every one of them as they look about going about their business and maybe going back to school. Protect each and every one of them at this time and help them learn and adapt so they can be the future leaders of tomorrow. Most importantly, Father, we continue to give you the praise and glory each and every day. We continue to recognize that this season of Lent, as you sacrifice yourself 40 days and 40 nights, and we look upon the rebirth on Easter, and we look upon the renewal of life and the renewal of spring and the abundance that it brings, the glory of life. Until then, Father, we continue to give this opportunity to you. We praise you in every way. We look to you for your guidance and your continued blessings each and every day. For all these things we pray in your heavenly name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. Really appreciate your prayer. And thank you, everybody, for being on this call. May everybody please put your phones on mute. Your phones mute. Thank you. We'll go down to recognizing guests and visiting officials. We'll start with honorable members of RDC. Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Okay, Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart. Honorable Freeland.
Mr. Chairman. Are we doing introductions? I'm sorry.
Yes, introductions.
Okay. My apologies, Chairman. I was fumbling with my phone. I hit myself on mute. Chairman, adult colleagues, good morning. Resource Development Committee members. I'm also driving into Gallup, so I apologize as well. Mark Freeland I represent 8 chapters out of Eastern Navajo. I have Crown Point, Najiski, I have Basenti, White Rock, Lake Valley, Herpano, and Nyaza. Chairman, colleagues, good morning to one and all, blessings to one and all, and let's have a good discussion this morning. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Stewart. Honorable Daniels. Honorable Kealan Begay.
Chairman, good morning.
Good morning. Introduction, sir.
Yate, Shana, Ado, RDC members, Nick Zenigi. Ena Sengi, Ado, Taisnot Sagi, Anna, Toyate, Benedo, Kudotso, Desert, Shibi. And I need Alcodo, not out after this. Okay, hence how one Kidini do this. Kudoshi Dutch, Hana, need an Enstrunky, only that's a but I need to Ado, this she need us another. Ko Slako, Sanda, Shaki, Bana Shaki, Lemon chapter, Bugap chapter, Sadani Canwit chapter, I don't know any chapter, I don't many firms chapter, but I could but Hatsha to the 24th Navajo Nation Council. So with that, Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. She recognized in Shiawasan Snow, Zetachin, Bashishin, and Habitin Dashichedo, Kia Ani, Dashnal Hot Eye, and then Shiro, Lower Frulindo in Ashta, Adost, and San Juan chapter, the Hasnesto, Sesat Manit, and Stoholga. So has Tango chapters in Nelge, Hogbat, San Juan in Hanzara for Fruitland, Vernon, down Newcomb, Aza, but National. Arnold Kroshnik at Beshbahasa and the East Tangi, Honorable Elmer Begay. Introduction.
Oh, yeah, it's Chanel. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, Chanel, Delegate Nez, around the members of the RDC committees around that net that is not either shady Elmer Begay around the incident as couple Hanslow to the chain Bashis chain sit na chain the she class cheat listen a little. That he can he didn't it so yet thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Push star 6.
Good morning. This is Chairman Henio on the line too.
Honorable Paul Begay.
Yeah, there have been a chair, Honorable Delegate Ricky Nez, members of the Resource and Development Committee, and welcome all those that are calling in, joining in today's discussion. Hey, yeah, Paul Begay in Shia. Nagay ato nikin hol that is been hot sa hol yeah page Arizona ade ikhashna ado iya ishaki kachi kaibi tona helling ado tana pasabatin benat ahnisle kodo atenko tadish gizn the na in slido bi betoni bashishin Ado Todichi Nishi that Kia Anishnal Danza. Could you go in and Shlinko? I wish you a good day. God bless. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Honorable Chairman Henio.
The announcement. Good morning, Shnanta. Chairman Nez. For letting me be on the call and allow me to introduce myself. Shay, Jamie Hinios, yeah. What's your name, sir? It's in short to Jimmy, but it's in Crooked Genius, that was additionally that echo. But that's Kella.
Thank you, Chairman Henio. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Then, Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker, sir. Introduction.
Yes, Chairman, committee members, and colleagues, legislative staff, and presenters, and everyone on the call this morning.
Thomas Walker, just call. Don't mention again. Shing Hensha. Big Tony Bashin, what something should say that Edo Tadish gives you a national. I could echo. Ado Carson the level for the Histo, a schlapper. They Archer, Kevin, echo. Nana Hassan. Ado Tsako Gate, Ado 20. Ado To City To what they go a Bedan Hidocheko partners in the Kadawi Sodo Kaya. Could out of it Ocheko. It is what the Shinan Ado Kehe Dyson of Agi. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Otto So.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the Resources and Development Committee members. Aron da adit Shinanta adit dahil in kon teleconference ito ben kono komiki area ho yat benefit dishnis adit so also in share aron da nakai na toy clean nan as kapang pa shin do look at and that should check aron da jini da shinal in shne ado khonnas de pepes ma sa anin shnido okay, thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair So. Honorable Eugene So, are you on the line now? Everybody, please put your phones on mute. I could hear a lot of static. Thank you. RDC staff, Ms. Begay.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, and also to the audience that are listening into our meeting and all of the 24th Navajo Nation Council delegates that are on the line. Shami Begay Aron Lane, Jihdan, Sawmill, Arizona, down in I work as the Resource Development Committee Advisor. Now, Kaden and Sean, the best in the best chain. Kobahi, they that should say, Hatchini, they that Schnella. But I send and Shrine Ado Hehat. So there's a Lenny Ben Fahana or Z by Kate Newton. Ado Dada, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. Ms. Woody.
Good morning, Chair. Other delegates, good morning. Teresa Woody and Seattle Kapahan Shore Bethlehem Bashin. Naani, that's your Kato, Tanajane, that's another hot on in Jada, good morning.
Thank you, Ms. Woody. Ms. Khan. Ms. Khan. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Oh, thank you, Chairman Nez and RDC committee members. Good morning, everybody. Great to be on and take care of this business with various assistance. Ado Pernell Holonen, Ado Twarichin, Ashin Brashin, or Nanisha, that's a Che, 200, that's another 8 out in Anisla, Ado Twatch and Do. Na stere na kabit ko pas do my cake kaje base pass annashnesh. Good morning.
Thank you, Honorable Halona. Honorable Herman Daniels, introduction.
Good morning, Chair. Resources Subcommittee, staff, 24th Council, the ones that are on the line. Good morning. Dainos agi kudo dam yat ben nikita desnil arunana kudo in Skegi Herman M. Daniels Jr. I don't end slinigi but ana zegi kitachini arunana zegi toy head lean aruna kaida neda ida sucheho aru tashanaligi the arunana shinhita betlejen tanija kenda ida shanalaho or that menslin honagai or jetho shot toho Slappy kin aru internative ane panashnish. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Any other members of the 24th Council on the line? None? Okay. Speaker's Office, Ms. Yako.
Good morning, Chairman Nez and members of the Resources and Development Committee. Ashla Ajena Hazmi Ado Nana A Shea Melinda Arbiso Siaku Yanshiedo Sananjanin Shlonki Ani Bashishin, Twitchini Dashichedo Dashitni Dashanella Ado Yad Benin Hidini Dole. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm a legislative staff assistant for the Office of the Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Mr.
Yako.
Chair? Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
Ms. Khan, go ahead.
I've just been having a wonderful time with my star sixes here. Good morning, Yad Ed Anafo, She Mariana Khan, the Shijin. Donna in the Slinigi a toy lady Nisli, but Annie Bashish Chin, last year Dashit Shade, Sanji Kina Dashanala. I hear my dear brother delegate. Freeman for that beautiful prayer. I always love to hear your prayers. Thank you very much for sharing that with us and starting us on a very positive note. And that's who I'll be working with you today for. Good morning, one and all. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. From the Department of Justice. Honorable Eugene So, Nanana.
This is all the was Milita, hot songs was Sautayo, or Chanahat. The share that put all to the behind Kigi screen. I don't the con, not after you was in the share. I don't that is trying to share. I don't the company had any ever hasn't got a teaching that is a deal in some council Belgium. We did not on Shido, a job on the great art and a house and another foundation, now people are the 110 chapters, a pas done slipper voice, a could only street a shot is the lead up and much art and me sleep and much in lead out and me chicken in streeto took something as the shanala kia on it, I should say. Although she's a gay to the cheatney, I could and I could all council drag a bunch, but I would have sealed in chair.
Thank you, Honorable So. From the Department of Justice, Mr. Roderick Begay.
Good morning, Chair, and everyone who is on the call. Roderick Begay is my name, and again, good morning, everyone.
Thank you. Anybody else from the Department of Justice? None. From the Land Department, Mr. Mike Colonna. Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Veronica Blackhat with Navajo Nation Department of Justice.
Thank you. Department, Mr. Mike Colonna.
Good morning, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Dave Ben, Mike Colonna, that's it. Late watch it out. I was not sure. I don't actually, but that is not a but 400 national kiani da cheo da national kamle never care about ya to get that stage do care not so it's national seats and leadership no. Hey with that. So good morning. Yeah, hey Ben, thank you.
Thank you. From General Land Development Department, Ms. Yazzie.
Good morning. This is Ellerina Yazzie. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Ellerina Yazzie, General Land Development Department Manager. Ani and Shanto Gini Bashis Chain Low Garden and Dashi Chato Hitsini Dashinella. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you. From Department of Agriculture, Mr. Vicente. Mr. Vicente. BIA, Ms. Cheryl Curley.
Morning, Chair. This is Ivan Vicente with Ranch and Eastern Land Management. Thank you.
Good morning. From BIA.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Acting Regional Director Lester Sosi. Thank you for the invitation. We're going to be mainly listening on the conference call today. Thank you.
Thank you. BIA.
Ms. Cheryl Curley should be on the line too, or she will be joining us soon. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Shabala, are you on the line? Dr. Yellowman? From Historic Preservation, Mr. Begay.
Good morning, Yate. This is Richard Begay. I am the Department Manager for the Department of Heritage and Historic Preservation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on the line?
Good morning, Yate Bennett, Chairnez, RDC members, Ms. Begay. This is Cheryl Curley, BIA Tribal Liaison. I was on mute earlier. Apologize. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Yellowman? Ms. Hope Wilson?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the RDC Committee, and Ms. Begay. This is Hope Wilson, Department of Resource Enforcement Director. I'm on the line.
Anybody else from Resource Enforcement? Okay. Anybody else on the line wishing to introduce themselves? None?
Hello,
okay,
this is
go ahead.
James
Who's this?
James Sadakai from Division of Community Development. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Adakai. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Chair.
Yes, good morning. Who's this?
This is Davis Filfer from OPVP. I'll be listening in. Good morning, everybody that's listening in, members of RDC and staff. Yate.
Oh, Yate, thank you. Anybody else?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Alex Sandoval. I'm a land board for Eastern Agency for Torneo and Pueblo Ventado.
Good morning. Anybody else?
This is Roxy June with the Navajo Nation Department of Agriculture.
Good morning, Ms. June. Thank you for joining the call. Mr. Timothy Begay, I heard you earlier. May everybody please put your phones on mute. Thank you. And I believe we're done with introductions. We'll go down to number 3 on the agenda. The purpose of our leadership meeting this morning is to have a review on the Navajo Nation Burial Cemetery Policy. This is proposed, and we would like to have a discussion with Division of Natural Resources as well as Land Department, General Land Development Department, Historic Preservation, Resources Enforcement, Division of Community Development, and the Department of Justice. So thank you for being on the call. First on the list will be Land Department. Mr. Mike Colono, you have the floor, sir.
Chairman Neves, Vice Chair Walker, honorable delegates of the Resource Development Committee, and all the other delegates, 24 council that are on the line this morning. Office of the President and all the other departments and divisions that are on the line this morning. Good morning. Just briefly give an overview of where we've been with the regulations. Citizen we started the regulations approximately 6 years ago, trying to address the challenges that we have almost on a daily basis. And within the last year, it's really has become an issue almost on a daily basis. We're getting calls. And the burials, the nayo tan ini khita to ni khita in to le to khita jo to ni akope has on in no ekun Title 13, Chapter 11, AB 1958 and Tampa has on it ako 80 on the behavior 1989 at not cause a so chairman became president, vice chairman became vice president. I said the ako itan eben isnish ako benin ako ebenin I dojo azad asketan she sahot aban sah case that to sahot in the I don't lay open now. It's not hit on the hot chita in the hot in hot and so that the taho keep a not close at nature hot up at the hand. A co a hot ya at us in the itan a she can but the husband. A co a other hostel hot as she other a decon church that has land a ajo a do you but like it as ya na lots a lay church that has ango what that ego a home cemetery that is lay Sweetwater manual mission site mission site but renewed or it's not in that a quite a cemetery no a hados or what at us on how G's that be in there and then I've been yet and then the nayo yo do this like now ado naye that's on yet ado go can't they show ado had that she on no ado yo that on what about that stay what kare khati paint that no they late audio that late upon the Asian A chapter, the epithet or late what are that leho. Shake at the hotel, open days, Neshato, though that is either no. A go on Sah case or show what I with that she was stand. A co a dischained. A horn, Nicky a Asian by a day, get on the hate. Ah, Joe, Nila Kodiba has on in no area. Approved community cemeteries got a cho into lake. A code yet nayo into lake. No a what up a car. So only approved community cemeteries were supposed to be utilized. There's no other provisions beyond that. There's nothing about family plots. There's nothing about private cemeteries. There's nothing about cremations. And then now the shrines or memorials that are put along roads, we're starting to see more in those, and people are bringing those concerns to us. right before COVID and 2020, in 2019, November, October, I went to Cove chapter, Red Valley chapter, Two Gray Hills was next. I didn't get to go there. And the chapter's concerns were the use of family plots, as they were calling them. In Lego, yo de lao. Edo wa wasa long has lean. Do lace. Just like that, Nini hote. A Honda nis cardi do le kunda nis cardo ida. Nini long. Ado le chita beda. Yagi a Honda show Lego, but what the yoto ya. The bedo big she take children that but say that no. You just had no stone. Hit ado nis that the kahango. Ado shin das kao kun. We should that kao not the kehan home came from ado le. I did now do ya show that no. Of course, what in that again to list that the ne is a hard in. Is a in. A home nation. In the children, though, get either than linear honors, jolly. Also, what aid or list are no, the in that
telecommuting commuters agreement.
What's what I've been in a hard that the
Mr. Halona? Mr. Halona?
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. I got muted out. Now we started looking at a way to come up with a comprehensive process out of based on the resolution from the Resource Development Committee in 1999, AA chapter each odd. Kaya hata haso o kung isa hasago. Bininani di kung kaya cho ini na yo lego na jete le basa hodlo no yi resolution da illa ako hota biche illa aso sa hota ke hota illa. There are several chapters that have taken that directive and went and established community cemeteries. Yan ado ya pa yo pa hot shona anata hotla kodo na god ya kodo na aho ya hot ad ya chudo le koda go sanana sa hot ad chudo in hanini kwa yan das do le in le there's nothing do asa there's nothing what what it's anywhere from $500 to $1,000. If you're not a voting a member of this chapter to use our cemetery, you have to pay those plot fees. No, there'll be no anyone buried out that was not a registered voter within our chapter. Not that state. So that's kind of why we said, well, we need to finish up these regulations and put it in place. So General Land Development drafted the regulations. We put our input in, and then we started working with Mr. Begay over at DOJ, who kind of put everything in order based upon all the issues and concerns that are brought up. Nobody records them. Nobody keeps track of them that we know of. Nobody has given us any records. I don't know that the Kate and Linny got the so kept another kick on high. Ladies and Nully George and the high get down. Do you have it recorded? No. We don't have those recorded. Nobody records those and gives them to us by plot numbers or anything. No. Auto cremation, he thought the that little bana alteho ya. Sa thought that listen there to hat. ado sa ado hota ya sita os endo hota ata illa edo had la hadod nitla en lego dat ba ashes ik lego انت دي سشتا نو دا يا تهلنا ايه تنيا دو نو انت هلنا so ako halit do nitla no ako behas ani bahatten ado di family plots nini behas ani bahatten ako chukayo chujdo nito anno behas ani no ya hasdo ado ya benar sos ba dor ni list ba dor ni permit ba dor ni ako to benin win na to sa hodloda le kwa cho ini be permit holini gi be spa hazno ye las cleo jo kwa ge sto benin na ne sa che da ye ni sto adon ge hon net da hot aya nas khaila no le go da do na che o da yi la che da il ena ko ga ko je na de ne sa ko da ni khada ko kidal ta hot na a jon de ke ha a hot a hin gi cha ata ila la no da ata shi eski je da zin da ne sho ben na ata sa no cho se mi de na jo hot hot a has ani be hat do be hat da sa he da hot ha do ke cho be ke lan no ya do da general service committee jo ka na be ke te di je hot last thing or hot na cho hot ni cho ta ne sto ako hot da yo ke do lady hot ila ha do ke so le jo do ni she he da do ni cho ha no da yin da I just keep ako hot a she hon so you chen do ha le ha do la ha lo na di has ani do ni sa ila benina has ani de ni ke da le da a hot ba ya ke da no seni do da so you should dash ask so hot he ja ha si do le chairman as thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Halona. We would like to, you mentioned that GLAD, they drafted the regulations, so I'm going to give time to General Land Development Department, Ms. Yazzie.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you may proceed.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm not going to do as much as repetition as far as what Mr. Halona had presented, but for the General Land Development Department, we've been in operation since 2016, and during my time, what we do is we process land withdrawals. So our office has made checklists, we do presentations. Before COVID hit, the burial issue, the cemetery issue has grown. That it's grown so common that I put a small presentation at the end of my land withdrawal presentation to talk specifically about burials at chapter houses, district grazing committee meetings. What started happening is what Mike was kind of talking about, this snowball effect of burials, issues. Every once in a while, I'll get a call. Mr. Halona gets a lot more of the calls for burial issues. Another thing that is kind of leading into our mission site. Most recently, we've been getting inquiries. We've had an inquiry from a Mennonite. It's like an Amish religion, but they're a little bit more modern. They use washer and dryers and things like that. Anyway, they're out in Greasewood, and they come to us and they want to get a new permit, but they also wanted to extend that cemetery over there. So, these regulations are really, really important because they affect in every other way other than just what Mr. Halona talked about. There's other issues where, these churches, they already have existing cemeteries. They want to expand them. They want to, then it opens up a whole nother can of worms because when we get over there, we find out there's houses there. They have a bigger lot than 1.5 acres that the statute, the Navajo Nation Code allows for. I mean, it's kind of like a non-ending subject because it's things that we inherited, that the tribe had not taken care of in the past. So those are some of the things, other issues that I can add in terms of, burial regulations. And I want to give credit, back to Roderick Begay. He's the one that drafted these regulations. We did put a lot of our input in it for the past several years. We really worked hand in hand, and he worked with us hand in hand in terms of land withdrawal regulations, land clearances, surveys, environmental clearances. He did work with us on that to make sure that all of that was included inside those burial regulations. So right now, moving forward, we're really looking forward to having something other than, just old former resolutions from the old resources committee that just kind of recommends that chapters get burials. And we deal with this issue a lot. And it's really exciting for me, that, it's one of the things that I had to always disclose in the beginning, because when I used to do presentations, this was a really touchy, hard, sensitive subject for people, and in the old ways, some people are, still traditional, they still believe that way. And I always tell them, if you can't handle this, you have to, here's your chance to leave. But I'm going to talk about cemeteries. I'm going to talk about burials. I'm going to talk about exhuming bodies. I'm going to talk about cremation when I do my presentations on cemeteries. I'm going to talk about enforcement. We're going to talk about, all of these things just to give you information, to get you educated about, where the Navajo Nation is at with this. And we do always talk about the proposed Navajo burial policies that's at issue today. So I hope that, our information gives you a little bit more insight. We've also had drafted a letter to all of the funeral homes. My staff had went and done their research in terms of who serves on the Navajo Nation, the reservation, on and outside of the reservation in terms of funeral homes. We got all of their information. We were ready to send a letter to them to kind of, explain to them, what it is that how we're going to move forward, and they can't just bring, the body into a home site kind of thing. We did ask that letter to go through the 164 review and to get everybody's input on it. What they're doing is they're giving chapters, they're giving individuals, they're giving families this form to sign that they call a consent form. And during my presentation, I do talk about that. And I inform them, don't sign that letter. The grazing officer, don't sign that letter. Chapter officials, don't sign that letter, because in essence, it's giving these funeral homes permission to come onto Navajo Nation land. So those are some of the things that we've been working on, that we've been tediously working on simultaneously, alongside the burial regulations that are in place. And all of our recommendations we did give to Roderick Begay and Community Development to take into consideration when drafting these regulation policies. So that's as much as I'm going to talk about. I know the last time I kind of gave a big history about, starting way back with the old 1950s resolution all the way to 1999, all the way to what we have today and where we're at today. So I hope, I really, really hope and that we get these regulations passed today. So with that, Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shiazi. Appreciate your drafting the regulations, and we will have the review today as well. Let me give some time to Mr. Roderick Begay to explain more of it. So, Mr. Roderick Begay.
Yate Nana, Mr. Chair, and those of you on the call. What I'll add is, all of us on the phone, we've had to deal with burial matters in some way or another, whether you're a chapter official, grazing official, whether you're the division director, council delegate, all of these burial matters have surfaced, and it comes to my attention when it's a chapter issue. And so, again, Mr. Halona talked about, some of the history that this law has been minimally amended since 1958. if you look at the old 1986 Advisory Committee resolution, it was talking about certain types of exhumations and things of that sort. And then you move on to the 1999 RDC resolution, and it's asking chapters to include cemeteries as part of their land use plans. It didn't mandate it, and so so we still have that. And then in 2007, there was a Navajo Supreme Court case that talked and recognized a family dispute, a land dispute regarding a family plot. Unfortunately, the Navajo case didn't address that matter, and so a lot of these issues then are open-ended. From the Natural Resources Unit, from DOJ, we have Irvin Chi, who has issued a memo saying, you can't exclude Navajos from a cemetery, based on the law. And, I think that, we keep reissuing these guidance. Recently, I got a question, can chapters distinguish between non-members and registered members and charge different fees? And when I started researching it, I started to research, well, where does the chapter's authority come from for these fees? And so that's why I wrote an email January 3rd, 2020. It included Chair Nez, it included Speaker Damon, member of the Office of the President and Vice President, included Chief Legislative Counsel, and I was reaching out, Mr. Halona as well. I was reaching out to, basically do what we're doing now. I think that, Mr. Halona talked about these things have been in the works. It's been in the plans for so long that I think it took some time for all of us to make this effort. Our General Land Department held a work session. They hosted a work session last February, and some of those that attended, if you remember, we said, well, here's what we're going to do. Here's what the chapter unit's going to do. Here's what General Land Department's going to do, and we had all these plans. Ms. Yazzie had written on that whiteboard all of the different types of burial issues that we needed to address. The letter to the funeral homes, the just updates to everything we needed to do, and then we had that plan, but then COVID-19 hit all of us. But it just seemed like the burial matter, it just grew, more. In April last year, I helped the Division of Community Development draft the Emergency Navajo Nation Chapter Plan. And while we were trying to focus on social distancing, wearing masks and PPEs, we were also informing, families that these family plots, they need land withdrawals according to the home site lease regulations. And, we were trying to instruct both chapters and families what they needed to do, and, how much, how wide do these burials need to be, how deep, It was the first time we really put something in writing to say that these are some temporary guidelines. And, in spite of that, we still had burial matters that those guidelines didn't talk about. And so, that's why, it sparked this effort to really, it was almost like all hands on deck. And, in Title 13, it says that the Government Services Committee, the old Government Services Committee, has basically authority to pass regulations. And so under the 2012 Title II amendments, the Government Services Committee is now the Navajo Committee. In spite of that, because it does deal with land matters, this is the reason why it makes sense to come to RDC and, have this initial discussion. I've last summer, I had the pleasure of having a law student intern, and she's from the UNM School of Law. Her name is Krista Thompson, and she helped me put all of these things together. My only assignment to her was to figure out the chapter portion, but she really got the Navajo Land Department's issues, some of the issues that we've addressed in the past, and put all these together and made reference to or use some of the laws and policies from the outside to try to, draft something that we all can start from. Put black letter on a lot of these issues. And of course, we have attorney candidate Cynthia Freeman. I had her review it as part of the chapter unit. I sent it to Natural Resources Unit, including Irvin Tree, Ms. Blackhat, and they shared it. I think Mr. Chi even presented it at a couple of the grazing committee meetings. And so, we've been asking for input, and, we received quite a few recommendations. Mike Colonna, Ms. Yazzie, and others who have, and we've been accommodating those recommendations. Some of the things that, what I'll say about the regulations, that as comprehensive as it looks, when I looked at some of Mike Colonna's recommendations, I noticed that it still has some holes. So this is a good work session to bring all of you experts together to see if we can not only talk about how the draft is written, but also to include other things. For example, I'm glad BIA is on the call because, how does this impact allotments? And then one thing that's also not addressed is Mr. Halona, he talked about the registry, potential registries, where some states do have that. Location records of where all of these things are at. It does at the beginning talk about the Nipibazani, but then it also includes roadside memorials. So that's a very touchy issue. Do we include it? Do we prohibit it? When you look at our, the Navajo Nations within Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah, if you look at Arizona, they do have a policy, a set policy on roadside memorials. And then if you look at New Mexico, it's a crime for someone to desecrate a roadside memorial. And then when you look at Utah, they're more restrictive. There's only a a particular type of roadside memorial, such as naming a highway in remembrance and things of that sort. So it's very limited in Utah. But how do we, because the Navajo Nation already has it, there's already all of these things all over the place, and they can range from very small and unnoticeable, and then there are big ones. And so, Arizona says, these roadside memorials shouldn't be so big to cause a distraction. And so, how do you determine that? And whose responsibility are, to enforce these things is another question. Cremation, some issues we've received requests. We want to spread the ashes over Navajo Nation, and then you talk about the traditional aspects of that, and where do you, how do you talk about that? The dispute resolution clause, I'm open to suggestions. I try to incorporate how it might work here on the Navajo Nation, but it's all, I think the entire regulations, the way it's been drafted, it's subject to edits. I also helped draft the draft Navajo Committee resolution, and so I shared that with Ms. Bobroff and Ms. Kahn, and so they could do further edits, and to make it compliant with their standards. And so I think that we really want to try to help resolve and provide direction, because right now we're getting these questions without a law or policy, and it's difficult to say who does what. Where do these things go? What should they be doing? And I think that I hope with these draft regulations and everyone's input, we can finalize a product that we can put into law and policy. And so with that, Mr. Chair, that's what I'll say about an overall introduction of the purpose of this work session.
Thank you, Mr. Begay. Let me go to historic preservation. Mr. Richard Begay, you have the floor, sir.
Chair, for the record, this is Delegate Yellowhair on the line.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate Yellowhair, for letting us know. Appreciate it. Mr. Begay? Historic preservation, Mr. Richard Begay.
I'm sorry, I was talking. I guess I was muted. Good morning, everyone. The chair and members of the committee, the public and Navajo Nation programs. Historic preservation has reviewed the proposed regulations, and we do have some comments, and I'll send those directly to DOJ and land and everybody else. We do have, the Navajo Nation does have what we call a we have a Navajo Nation policy that was approved by the Resources Committee in 1996, and that policy is entitled Navajo Nation Policy for the Protection of Distraught Grave Sites, Human Remains, and Funerary Items. Historic preservation mostly deals with prehistoric remains like Nasazda, or even old Navajo burials. That's mostly what we deal with. So that policy is to give us some guidance on how to protect and manage those old burials that sometimes come out of archaeological sites, or out of old hogans, and so on. As you know, those infant burials, a lot of times they were buried in trees, or they were put into so there are families today and that still remember those burial areas, and I'm assuming that some families still practice that tradition. So those are some of the issues that we deal with over at HPD. So we use that policy as a guidance to handle those issues. However, we do also deal with the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act. That's an NAGPRA, that's a federal law. And we also deal with human remains that are stored in museums across the country or collections across the country. And some of those collections, many of those collections came off of Navajo Nation lands. A lot of them are on Nasaza, but there are also Navajo remains that were taken out of hogans or graves, and they're kept in museums and federal collections. We have gotten some of those returned, and we have reburied them, in some cases in cemeteries. But in the policy that I mentioned earlier, it requires us to rebury them to where they were taken from. So a lot of times we find the place, and with the consent of the local land users, we rebury those remains back in the ground. So that's how we handle human remains from our end. But we do get involved in modern burials. We do record the locations of cemeteries in our system. We have a GIS system. We also record what we call family burials or family plots in our system as well. A lot of times the archaeologists who will work it out on Navajo lands, like for home sites or roads or utilities, that sort of thing, come across these burials. We have a short form and we ask for the location so we can put those on our maps in our GIS system. So we're starting to do that, and we merely do that for project management purposes. So again, if there's a lot of times like NTUA or IHS will design a line, and sometimes when the archaeologist goes to survey the line, they may come across these burials within their proposed right-of-way, and then we, of course, NTUA or IHS has to reroute the line, so it does become a problem for project development, and that is the reason why we record those both cemeteries and those isolated burials and so on. So that's how we manage those burials from our end, and we don't know who else. There is no central cemetery or burial management by the Navajo Nation, so we have that information and we don't share it with anyone because we don't know who is supposed to be managing those. So that is a problem, and we're looking forward to these proposed regulations to help manage those burials. But let me give you two examples of some of the work we do with modern burials. The first one was just a couple of weeks ago. The Navajo Nation Police was called to a residence in St. Michael's. The family came across and exposed what we assume is a Navajo burial. The Navajo police officer exhumed parts of the body, the bones, and turned it over to the FBI, not the FBI, the Office of Medical Investigator in Albuquerque, the state of New Mexico Office of Medical Investigator. They have part of the bones right now. The it was the Office of the Medical Investigator who called us and said, you know, what is your take on this, basically? So we took a look at our maps. There's nothing recorded there. We sent some staff out there to take a look at to get the location. We didn't even have the correct location. So at the end, I made a determination that it is a historic Navajo burial. Later, we asked that the family requested that that burial be removed from their area. Unfortunately, again, part of it was already exhumed. We had our staff go out there and work with the officers this past Monday to remove most of the bones. Now the problem is that we have no place to put this burial. We assume it's a Navajo male, probably in his 30s or 40s. Now we have a set of bones that are sitting in Albuquerque, and part of them is sitting here in Window Rock at the police department. And we have, now we have to make a decision on what to do with that burial. So these are the kinds of issues that we have to deal with. The second example I will give you is from Black Mesa. As you know, before the mine came in, there was a large archaeological survey done. And they took out numerous burials from there, most of them on Nasaza, but there were at least 4 burials, Navajo burials, Mini Mules family. There's 4 individuals. In 1972, the Navajo Rangers took those bodies out. One of them, Mini Mules himself, Husky Mini Mules, they took the burial out of the Hogan, and the Navajo Rangers took him to the Fort Defiance Cemetery and reburied them there in an unmarked grave. Well, under NAGPRA, the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act, we reclaimed the rest of the remains. The rest of the remains and the saddle, his blankets, jewelry of the Mini Mules, the baby, the young woman, and then there's another woman. All of the remainings were buried. Most of the remains were buried in Fort Defiance, but the jewelry, blankets, all of that were taken to Southern Illinois University in Carbondale. They sat there for, 30, 40 years, and it was only till 2 years ago that we started to repatriate that. We contact what was remaining of the family. They said, the remains are at Fort Defiance, rebury them there. So we worked with Peabody, they paid all the expenses for us, and we brought those remains back, and we worked with Fort Defiance chapter to rebury those remains in Fort Defiance. And we also were able to get a headstone paid for by by Peabody to mark that grave. So that's what we do in terms of human remains, both Navajo and Nasaza. So, and again, that a policy that was approved by the Resources Committee in 1996 gives us the guidance to work with human remains. So we're looking forward, and again, we do some work with modern cemeteries as well. Like as Mike has said before, and we do get calls from families about modern cemeteries. They want to stop people from burying, or they want burials exhumed because he's an in-law, or they don't like him, or whatever. And we just we don't have authority over that. So we and no place to there's no office to refer them.
Ashland and Jason. So
can you please mute your phone, please? And we mostly at the times refer them back to Mr. Holona or to back to the BIA if it's allotted lands. So there is a lot of confusion. There's no central guidance from the Navajo Nation on the management of historic Navajo burials. The ones that are less than 50 years old and modern day burials. So we do support the development of these regulations, although it does need some adjustment, as well as Mr. Begay said from DOJ. So I'll leave it at that, and I'll be on the call during the meeting. So if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Begay. Everybody that's on this teleconference call today, please mute your phones. We would appreciate everybody muting their phone. It's very disrespectful when you unmute your phone and have background discussions and things going on. So I just want you to know to be respectful and please keep your phones on mute. Thank you very much. Ado Shananta. Do you have any questions or comments, honorable members of RDC?
Mr. Chair, this is Delegate Dan.
Honorable Daniels, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. RDC members, staff, Legislative Council, DOJ, Mr. Begay, Historic Preservation as that in Michigan, Mr. Begay, Navajo Land Department, as Mr. Halona, with General Land Leasing Department, as in Michigan, by age, by bed, yes, and by age, or less, age kitchen or less, or by age kit or less. So that Ecuador burial. I go, nan, ado, nana, kodo, what end, be at the street. Lady out at the bed, and a young not how to scare the well, she's lady. So that egg or to buy a just know that the well, she's no cause there's eat, know that the well, she's I got this street, I see some. You just got this street, the 100 years ago. Or in the way, or just in the way, Belacana. Or even how they the way go the way down. And thing go the way down. Road. Chill that eggy down. Not that. But that, that's like when you get negated the net. So, even I should go for the I see could on the way down, but Canada need to not any big how they Helen. So, I lead a Nathan wrote up about this case of that did. I don't know could the rate up a tree the whole not under the rate how a tree a dash and the gate on a could the Hashagi, the Hatrasigi, which was it the Hatrasigi, the Halo and then it Taho. I don't know that Eshigi, the which was it. Will it cheap which was that Esh? So, the which was that as was that Eshigo. Either Neelan for you, Baban, this case ago, without even Nashigo to Ecuador. Bagag at that, eat over Gag at that, I don't get up with as in the Nibik Ecuador. I don't buy engaged hit or lessons for Ecuador. So, could own a great and you would and a great should not shot Ecuador. Other crazy that there's 2 hello. Which was it and ish? I don't know at the hat trasta. I don't know every day now, every day. The Jenna. What that eggy basin the yala. What that eggy, what the whole nation in the yala that no that became the haga. I call that echo. I don't know could could on a great sweet nation could or that eggy in show. No, the yen cancer. I call that echo. I don't know out there. Oh, yeah, a Sunday or at least I don't know. I call it never know that. I don't know because what land so long ago. I don't know because they've been a raja. So out there. It never know that it's not like it is they've been a ragi. What that. Oh, yeah, when you know. A corner that I stay there. A call either the echo or oye the niche no ya eto lesson so oye ban sas case of that data called later that just in the oye bb hey ka no da na ya da case ho ni za bi hey ka no da na ya da case ho ako she the snitch do she do ni ni za do bi hadi khatan aruna na ke do bi hadi later that just in the aid of the kata hodo be na ni pin todo ni la sno be hana de ko na grade at al leoda the very planning meeting chapter meeting so what that e ko do the guys as chenanta no sheniki ko do a ye ko do e ben not on the sigit e ko do as ba si khatel ya sinte as on the ni so that she that was so na sa si bi khada haitit so na sa si bi na da haitit so that e ko do so ide ya ko do e da khon shende e ba ha street or le ko do aron di hot en rei na rei jo ka so do ba hot na ka zuro ye go that just sao do ba da husband da so I see them. وأنا إيش ده كده ده يا أقول غير ده أبى حزن على تويت الثاني ده حلنا ده نغير يدون عداد حنود نغير نسلكون يدون جغاد نغير كسكات قاري هت نود إيه هذا ليرة بين دازن تينو ده خويز جيزكو أرونا نتسيا قد وهذا إيه يودا جسمه ده خويز جيز ليرة أكون غير شجاع تخزدقا وهذا أكو شجاع أكو بالخير جو أتي هو نديش أتي أهو نجي بهويس نجي أكو نجي دام دا تسكيلو نان دا إيد تسكيلو زينه دا هو just this scene and هذا أكو نجي دام تيجي كو تخزدقا نجي شجاع بكيجو أدون ليبن نده ما تسلو ما تسلي ده أدون not landing أدون دا نجي دام this is like Moab, Utah. I don't know. I'm going to have a partner as much. I don't know if the national home, but I'm not his national. I'm going to ask you. I don't know. It's a way. So I have a even better husband. So okay, one neatly how that. So that I got all you that the national. I'm going to start to say that. I call them. Other question you that about on it. I call. سفندو ويات أنا هلو خدي أنا غيش أشجار أرونا أنا غير ويات أنا غير سفشي آجو توهت إيران دشت نهدي آجو أرونا وشكو فورت ريتشفيلد يوتا آرش تو أو يجو إيدا شاو تأكدو وان باتناز ملخو توهت إيجو أرو أنكي كي أبكايدو آهوت إيدو بيدا حزن دا دازلين وديدا so I see the way that the Gigo got all what it all that became on the way it at the hand, the door that a wet on that not card, that not card at home, last year go. What that? Oh, you go back or the Higgy had not that data, but I don't know the snake that has tweet, the way that indicates tweet and that saggy. The Yah beat that, that's what I behind this kid on this. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you for that, Honorable Daniels. Kadosh and Anaidesh Kitty I see on Sis Casely, Naidesh Kiddo, Hastweed Nostas Niki, I see Yeg, Eda Hosaniki, Di Hut A. Aja has Aja, Nacho Hut Adneto, Hit Oshi, Aja. إذا نهجد عشان بكده استيكي إلى خاينس نوصل نايدس كده introduction for Mr. Halona as well as Roderick Begay and Richard Begay. So I'll go to Richard Begay first. Mr. Richard Begay, you have the floor, sir.
So yeah,
Mr. Begay, could you pause one moment, please? Could you pause one moment, please? Thank you. Ashhode nanhosh kahanasco. Din kepesh behaneki sa on hits up the hat it's his dog on the cheesy the mute a say I don't eat I don't let Coron hit in the hand hala or the hill after a job that it and yen hit in the hand. Ashhoran he found me that lane hitishna. Thank you. Mr. Begay.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Actually, Nick, Anina Din's kitchen and I. The Haleta had Tati Yan Seke, Stoye Nantin, had no gi Edela. The A Ajit, Ben Ideal Kiddo, Judan Nilswa, she. Skida nan hitten as ta chindanit lana danit lina dada do hun jagada do yojo lotta the na yodna that had no the creature yona labe nan tinda cloud kado be nan need tinda. Of course, did need the budget anigi Navajo Nation policy for the protection of distraught graves, human remains, and funerary items. It don't on had the Datla Hatali and the Tali advisory committee bedit no the question Nakitatashin and has Tana a Labatin dial now di hadilia just top policy bedit Nanigi Eben be Section 4 traditional concerns not a beast. Tali nan kini don ni cheda that any mother that and dan kine sabi histo. Did a journal yedo late. A jobaya atkedo late out oba out lotta. I shit other hanal and aside benan kini da talben antini that's so be beast the hote. I don't need about Johan Anigi couldn't Hashida what you'd make a Hanat Zinzi that's all, yeah. St. Michael's, a last door that, a hegita. Dilla het ato at least that did not bend the deal kidote. Ado in that did Handa, Nashiko Shanda, Nashita. Tla Trashi Tranad Nashote. A la hot adat, Ihoda, Hit Hanada, Khalet ato, Lilkano. Dinal source anigi just char policy set at the neatly. You quite a card or trashy who did need hotabik that did list that did Ado in that the head of the name Kudona Nashigi Ada just char the Yanata Hauta Nature Dota hit other saying ask Keho that's all yesto when they reburied her. This is a adbenan the Sheila, this is a kanana and not Dala and Lehoja, Nanta Hashit Ada Hakinat and Nikinatla the Wolia. A Ado Kujabia, not Dala the Dabit, could out and that need him Kujit, he has Agi. They're not once a staff reburies or exhumes a body or has anything to do with burials, they're not allowed to come back into the office. We ask them to go home and cleanse themselves by every way before they return to the office the next day. So we do observe some of those traditional teachings here, and it's written in our policy. And I'm happy to share. I'll send that policy out to you all so you can take a look at that. But the policy was developed with the input of the Hatali Advisory Council in '96 and other elders as well. We don't just rely on Hatali, we rely on, there are lots of elders out there that are knowledgeable, they're not Hatali, so we rely on both Hatalis and elderly people. So I will leave it at that and let others respond. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Mr. Begay. Let me just have the Department of Justice complete what they need to go through here. Mr. Roger Begay?
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Begay.
Okay. Delegate Daniels, for your question. You touched on some very good policy questions. We thought about that as well. to visit Janita is what they say. Even that, you can't even say their name. And, all of the things that you're saying and, but there are some things some laws we have today that are not traditional, when you take corn pollen from the Navajo wedding basket, that's how you make the union. But yet we have a law on divorce, and so when you talk about funerals, everybody's been to a funeral gathering, and you hear about the teachings. Our elders say this is not supposed to be happening. This meeting, this is not how it was. And then they explain how the burials used to be. That you don't have funeral receptions, gravesite burials, those types of things. That it's taboo, and so it's really hard to meet everyone's expectations. But because there is a modernization, and Delegate Daniels has recognize that we're modernizing, and so as legal advisors, all we can do is just try to point out some of these legal considerations. Like I said earlier, cremations, roadside memorials, those are really tough policy questions, not legal, but if you talk about the Navajo why are we doing this? Those are, if we base it on that, we shouldn't even be having this meeting. So it's really hard. So I really leave it up to you all who are, have the wise minds to help us navigate. How do we address Delegate Daniels' concerns at the same time trying to meet some of these questions that we get on a daily basis? It's very tough, Delegate Daniels and Chair Nez and everybody on the phone, just like, everyone is talking about. So, so I'll just end up with that, Chair Nez.
Thank you. Mr. Halona?
Can you hear me, Chairman Nez?
Yes, proceed.
Okay, okay. Ada sina naidin kidigi. Ta bege kira sil hale ta nisla no. Previous RDC to hota bichidani ti na hote ti nan kla. Nan hilan is not nan ti has ani ba hatten benina. Hale no na ita ya konhito ni ishanshe din she kayapti no egi ado aje art clearance spana kaido HPD aje that no egi ado DOJ ado ya Katasi Association that's it don't have black horse but in the RCA ne no aje ka do lo ni do ni ita ako ani hote how nela ka halet halet ni la sari gi bkhan do jo sari ken not ako ya akonde nantla o sai ya ketan khaja ka hota da il jahan family plots at any by del tigi hote ya kodo na gande kwa chos in the evening na kwa kaya te kayon hot end aro ajada kita do hot do hade sin ajo do oron jagare de pada payata kita o ita hot ako ha ne la so ne actual hat de na ho sin sto hot to ni ako sto as bin nache hot na askeda da il energy ajin di ka sto ako hot ako how nationally do ban sa case di draft at the ya di tasha so hot ne sa don hik at the dan he could you ta ya chda il ni do di ta ya chite case do di ta iklant da otlani da ni kletcho hat no da sto hot ya sa di ne enan ako di ta bikaya te choshin ya ashetoni so ako asa chin to nikli do nikla ka to ba cha ta skezi do bikaya til inna ya til ki bikaya da sil so ya ha nela hal
Mr. Halona? Mr. Halona? Mr. Halona? Ms. Siako? Ms. Siako?
Yes, Chairman, I'm here.
Are we still having technical difficulties with our system?
There is still a bit of slow internet within the managing and monitoring, but overall, it's going a lot better now.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Halona, are you back on?
Yes, Chair. I'm sorry, I got dropped off the line.
Okay, go to Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart.
Yes, and I was trying to figure out what time I was on. But good morning, everybody. Mr. Halona, Mr. Begay, Mr. Vacation, I want to say, first of all, I appreciate the information being provided to us and those listening in on the call this morning, raising officials, chapter staff, other colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council within the Navajo Nation government. So this morning, that information is very well received in light of what we are doing. Mr. Begay, but in this time, in this day and age, we have to talk about things like that. Do Queen la da ba la ta jeleta da no ya da halnet la akut a e ya san hi la ni ya da ho a ko ko di ka dis jing e ko da yo a kin da kai da zli ko ke tra la do dis jing ya ko a e ya ke wit e ko da ani di ko de ha shin la shi community cemeteries and leash that e ki e ya I da ba ha so the Queen of Haida, quit out a young Kaina, Kokagi a young. A Benita Auto Quaginana, a family cemetery, Nana, quit out a some family cemetery, Yanana's Kai, another Halji's corner. I thought let me get out a for one reason or another, whether it be for dispute, whether it be just to say they want their loved one buried next to their homeland or whatever reason. No, so a patient the kid that's the a hajin that's lee do not on handle dasta. No ya to hold that store. Okay, she has to I could answer he teaches the whole long there. Okay, out I need you put them away at a cemetery and that's at a community cemetery or a church cemetery. And that was it. Okay, dig at a bay need and nan ashi the hanan store. We have to take in consideration those elders and then the next generation coming in. The Oyo State Hazanigi, Ayo and Adel Kidigi, at Ishpenina, why Danigi. So, but today, so because with this policy, that's going to be finalized, that we're going to pursue. So we have to take that into consideration. So, it was already in 99 drafted by RDC for communities to put it in their land use plan, community land use plan. For defiance, when we updated our Club C manual. So now, Mr. Bennett, he Club C manual updated the across this family. So we already have an area withdrawn. We went through the protocols, procedures, a daily, community between that. How was it you say threw a monkey wrench in there in that plan? Quite a Chicago, quite on that and how up on that kind of a Kragan hitch on. That's not this car, but not this, but that's all your Kragi. Okay, even not one could dig at this change. DOJ at in the Papa. Data in that this car or less, or hail up bit or less. That's Annie, I don't know how that Delia, though I don't the general following the policy. ADA at Elia. According to this other side, we went through that. We're going through that now. The current cemetery, you got to be with local surrounding communities, St. Michael's, and the other 3 chapters that I represent, Sawmill, Red Lake, and Crystal, and other cemeteries, other communities coming in to bury their loved ones because they have no place to go. So for Defiance is doing what they can to accommodate these families. But I would accommodate them. They don't need to go through this red tape and whatnot. Accommodate them. Help them out, because we've all gone through this. We've all lost someone that we love, and we don't want to run into red tapes. We want everything to go smoothly for that person, to put them away in a respectful way and in a manner. And she aimed at just chant. That makes me feel bad to say that about a loved one that has gone on. Because that person, they left on me. They left when they had something to put here, whether it was words like this, or a thought into an area, or a development into our nation's government, or into the community. Everything. Now, I don't like to use that word, just challenge. I think it's probably the proper word, and I try to refrain from using that, but these are just some things I want to express. That the part I wanted to ask back to Ms. Yavi, you said that there was a form, consent form again. That consent form, if an official signs it from a chapter just one time, does that give that funeral home the authority from that point on to just go into that community and put somebody away, a loved one away on that community? Or does it have to be re-signed every time? So the other one, with this pandemic, so you guys all said it's snowballing. It's becoming more common now. Every day you hear these announcements. We were hearing announcements in the 40s and 50s, people that were being put away or curbside were being done for from that. And like I said, within our community, there's one cemetery, but that one's filling up. So I sat down with a couple of the leadership in each community. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on just continuing those family plots for those individuals, but as a grazing official, or as an official, grazing official, you go out there, you GPS that plot. You go back to the chapter and you record it. Then you get off, you record it. So is it from this virus, or is it just a natural cause, or whatever? Chapter but record that office, but they need that way it eases up other room again for that cemetery to put other people over there that want to put their loved one over there, because that's not only just a community, that's a veterans cemetery as well. And for defiance, and then I told them, tell their family, they're going to have 6 months to withdraw that area. They're going to have 6 months to withdraw that area. Otherwise, the chapter within 6 months' time, we're going to start paperwork. Hopefully start paperwork on these family plots and get them withdrawn in that way, in that manner. These are just things that we as leadership are trying to do within those communities. Also, my comments thus far. So, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Mr. Halona?
Hello, So I think that's just exactly the complexity of this issue. What you mentioned, what you brought up, what your community is going through, and each time, who's going to operate and maintain it? Private cemetery. I don't Lego community cemetery. Okay, I caught on other door. Which is the next door. Yeah, and she I don't see Edo DHJ, Yapani Lake. I caught the Kaji that or lake. Many another ash though. I call Nanta. I call the Bebenant. Tapeti Ninigin and Linigi. The 80 choir a kind done days lane, Sao long. A quite torn late down. I see the quiet late to no. Joe Conde, DOJ, in your thoughts. We don't, of course, she's agenda has now on the petition. There's only no education, it is so hard, so in the of course, not so لا دو اللي هي authorization نيني تايدو شاس لا دا أدن دي كورينال توسكين ني تايو إند تا إيلان withdrawal نهو ده إند تا إيه resource دي إيه لا أصلين إيه بهز honest لك إيه لك you're authorized to approve land withdrawal so no أليا أكو دي قد عادي شين توجني شو إيه نان بهز أني دو خد هذا الزيادة أكو إيه ستوب بان ستا كيس أو هدا شدا أوس إني هدا شدا أوس إني دي قد تا بنداس نسك لي ناس دو فهزن دخل أكو إيه هدا إيه هيك إيه باشهات إيه دولي شو تبدي نو دو بتشي يدي دو بتشي إيه دي أكو إيه هدا أكو chapter officials and the nego إنجن ليه تدبد no and has on it we don't have those authorities that they're asking for people to sign. According to that, Vayate funeral home hat ninigi Jebes Pahazen that has on it Pahatan. According to hey the usually la ebony nache ya it's on deal so stick kwa kiko digi la di last lane. Ako yato ebony na ako te sa so ni hita ebony na hota na so sa te di lago ta ako thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you. Yes.
Mr. Chair, this is Shami. I believe either Navajo Land Department or the Navajo Nation Department of Justice needs to walk the people that are listening into the meeting and the committee, the proposed draft Navajo Nation burial and cemetery regulations that needs to be discussed. And I think a lot of the issues that are being brought up, those are covered in the draft regulation. Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. Mr. Begay, Roderick Begay, could you please go through the regulations?
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Sure. For those of you, if you could just, we'll look at page 2 of the draft regulations. Section 1 is just barely a introduction. It's just giving, the authorization for the regulations, identifying that. We also mentioned the purpose and trying to adhere to and preserve, Navajo fundamental law, which, the original draft, we had, for example, roadside memorials. It wasn't included, but then that was because, we didn't know how the committee would want to address that, but we end up including it in the final draft. And so, while we recognize our traditional laws, that again, earlier I talked about, how that might impact our discussion today. So section 1 is just very introductory, and then section 2, it just provides some definitions, just to bring some clarity. For example, what is a cemetery? If you look at, what we're talking about is not only the traditional land withdrawal. There's a ceremony, a cemetery created, its name, but it's everywhere. It's every permanent internment of human remains is a cemetery. So a family plot is a cemetery, and we wanted to make that very clear in the definitions some of these definitions, because, when you think about family plot, you really don't think of it as a cemetery. But through these definitions like that, we wanted to bring some clarity that we're talking about all types of cemeteries. And then to go even further, if you look at the definition of family plot ceremonies, I think we want also to make it very clear that it had to be recorded. And so if you go through the definitions, we try to be as neutral and descriptive as possible. And then if you look at the beginning of page 4, section 3, this is where some of the things that we were talking about earlier, all of these prior laws and other laws that are applicable, the Antiquities Act, National Historic Preservation. Earlier, Mr. Begay talked about NAGPRA. And so, those are, death-related issues that need to be considered when we're talking about comprehensive regulations. And so, that's an introductory to Section 3. And then when you look at Title 16 of our own law, this law was created long ago, saying that, when we're using our land, it has to be properly authorized. So we encourage our right-of-ways, easements. We encourage people to obtain their home site leases, agricultural leases, all of those different types of land authorized use, it all has origination from Title 16 to say to everyone, if you're going to use any particular piece of land of the Navajo Nation, this is the reason for it. And so that's the basis for the land withdrawal regulations, and so that's why that is cited to there. If you go to 3C, earlier I talked about, the different types of cemeteries, and, this lists those different types, cemeteries owned and managed by the Navajo Nation, or owned and managed by chapters. Some chapters group together to have a region cemetery, church cemeteries, and, Navajo allotment cemeteries. And then, Mr. Begay talked about earlier, some of these things that fall under his department, that might either be recorded and then some are not recorded. So these things are also, we would consider cemeteries. And to talk about, Delegate Stewart's question earlier, he talked about, one of his questions was, can we, make it more lenient? And, that's a policy question because of what Mike Colonna just talked about in terms of needing a withdrawal or a lease in place first. It's really hard to, decide, because, we're taught that you don't talk about death until it happens, and then once the person's put in the ground, you only have 4 days, and after that, you don't talk about death again. At least that's how I was raised, and so, so it probably would be not traditional for families to start planning for family burial plots, and so there's a contradiction there. But that's what we're asking for here. When your families are asked to, if you already have one, then you need to have a lease for it. But if you're planning for one, that just seems not traditional. But that's exactly what we're talking about here. And whether there's a policy in place to allow if you put your application in, and then that gives you a temporary allowance, I leave that up to the policymakers. I think that Mike Lona alluded to, the determination that you need a lease first. But, what can we do at DOJ to, if anything, what can we do to alleviate some of that? Because, nobody expects death. And when it happens, the traditionalists, they try to bury their loved ones within the 4 days. So it doesn't give us a lot of time to do that. If we're going to apply for a lease and get the authorization, that's just not possible in those situations. So that's the reason for this work session. How do we do that? How do we address some of those things? And then Mike Lona talked about here the family plan of operation. There's going to be one designated family member. If there's a lease, if the family has a family plan of operation and there's a designated family member to authorize a funeral home, if that's all in place, that's who they go to. And here's the law that says to authorize that. And so, but just to answer Delegate Stewart's question directly, one authorization should not allow, under the current circumstances, should not allow the funeral home to keep coming back. But, here's the regulations that we drafted. Here's an option to allow families to plan for their family plots, cemeteries, and here's a plan and a procedure that will allow them to be authorized to the funeral home to come to the family plot. So that's, and then the final subsection E there is, some of these grazing permits, they're not sectioned. You have a range unit, and so you might have, for example, 5 grazing permittees within the range unit, and so there's disputes on the grazing area, and there's definitely disputes on when there's a family plot burial within the range unit. And so if that Navajo case that I talked about earlier, that 2007 case, it didn't address it. Who's entitled under that circumstance where you have 2 grazing permittees within the same range unit? Who wins? The court didn't address that. And so it's difficult to make that determination in these regulations. But what happens? What happens if you're within the range unit? What can you do if, as a family member who's disputing it? Well, here you can file a court action in the Navajo court. So So that's just, just something to, some information we can provide in terms of family plots. And then if you go on to section D there, we're talking about expansion, not only creation, but the expansion of cemeteries. If you look at the law, I think it was, cemeteries could be up to 20 acres, but then there was an RDC resolution expanding that to 30 acres. And there hasn't been really an expansion beyond that. And like Delegate Stewart recognized, our cemeteries are filling up. And so, if the land's available, how do we expand that? How do you expand it beyond 30 acres? I think that that's another a topic for discussion, but I think that this part is talking about, not only how do you create it, but how do you expand it? How do you expand your own cemetery? And again, we're talking about the land withdrawal regulations, and we're also including, the chapter's land use plan. We're having the committee evaluate, do we need to withdraw additional land? So those are some of the considerations, because it all leads to zoning. If you really look at our 1964 zoning law, and also the Local Governance Act in terms of the community land use plan, it's all working towards a plan for zoning. And so I think that that's another thing that we need to all take into consideration. Home site lease regulations, that's a form of zoning to tell you, what's allowed and what's not allowed on your home site. So that's section D there, 3D. And then we move on to roadside memorials and section E. And again, I talked about this earlier. We try to balance because Arizona does things different than New Mexico, and both of those states definitely do something different than Utah. If Navajo Nation is going to allow it, how do we address it? And so that was, so this was kind of like a middle ground to discuss how we're going to do that. And I think that if you look at subsection 2 there, we're talking about, okay, the ones that are already here, that are already existing, we want to, make sure that the family knows that, it can't be expanded. It can't, it has to be, it has to meet safety standards, basically. And for Arizona, it's the ADOT director or the area directors who monitor these things, and they're the ones that enforce it. And so we looked at, making the NDOT director or the authorized person for the state or BIA to also do that monitoring and enforcement for us, depending on whether it's a state right-of-way, BIA, within the BIA road system, or NDOT. And so that's the consideration we put in terms of existing memorials. And basically the same would follow suit for any brand new memorials if we allowed it. The placement of it, it can't be distracting, and it has to be located as close to the right-of-way line the far boundary. It can't be right on the road. It has to be as far away as of the right of way as possible. And so that's because if you look and drive across the Navajo Nation, it's either on the other side of the fence or it's within the fence. So we want to make our roads safe, and so we don't want any debris to go onto the road. And so this is just saying that it's as far away from the right of way as possible, because on the other side of the fence could be someone's grazing area, and so we're trying to balance that as delicate as possible. Okay, so definitely no memorials within the medians or the frontage roads or anything like that, and so we wanted to make that clear. Any developed property like a store, things of that sort, that's a consideration if we allow it. And they can't use the existing road signs, to make a memorial. And so, these are things that, are up for discussion. These are principles borrowed from when we look at our states and seeing how they monitor and regulate these roadside memorials, and then also a consultation provision. Just to keep everybody informed. If you don't know, if you don't understand these regulations, and it's best to consult with NDOT or BIA or the state. Be responsible if we're going to allow it on the Navajo Nation and doing these things. And then it also talks about, what kind of memorial, is it a billboard? Is it just flowers? How big can those be? And so here's an example of something I believe we took from Arizona, 30 inches high, 18 inches wide. If you look across the Navajo Nation, there's a lot that are much bigger than that. And so I think that, those are things we definitely need to also talk about and discuss. How big should they be? How big can they be? If we're going to allow it again, what are they made of? Is it made of wood, plastic, composite? And so we're talking about that. What about photographs? I think that, whether you're, traditionally, they talk about that too, about photographs of past loved ones. And, I think that it would be, again, a policy decision, but I think that most roadside memorials don't allow photographs, and so that's just a carry over to what we might consider if we allow roadside memorials. Okay. Another piece of the information about roadside memorials is that in terms of safety, it can't be there can't be hazardous substances, at the roadside memorial site, and so if NDOT sees it, then they're authorized to remove it, and so. The other thing, too, is to just make it very clear, a roadside memorial does not provide ownership to anyone, that, it doesn't create a lease or a land withdrawal. It doesn't give you a permit or a property right. And so I think that that's important, that if, in order to allow NDOT to carry out their authority, then, they need something in writing to say that here it is, this is where it says. And just in case a family says, you don't have authority to do this. Well, here's the authority. And then there's a catch-all. If there are any other things that we didn't think about in terms of what else should be prohibited, here's a catch-all for us to consider in terms of roadside memorials. Okay. Moving on to section 4, that's talking about the burial standards, the cemetery standards, and the maintenance standards. Okay, so I think that everybody needs to be on notice, whether you're whether you have a family plot, whether you have a Navajo Nation cemetery, whether you're a chapter that has a cemetery. How do you maintain these? What are the minimum standards? I think that anyone can have more standards than we're outlining, but here are the minimum standards that all cemetery administrators have to follow. Okay, so if you start with B in the burial standards, I think that we get, there's some questions sometimes that, do they need to be embalmed or not? And if, and it's, sorry, families that go through these types of questions, we don't know. If you're asked this question and you don't know whether there's a regulation on it or not, it just, you need something like this to guide you. And what about, is it in a coffin or a container? Is there, some funeral homes require a liner, some don't, and so where's the information about that? And what about the plot size? How big should they be? And so these are, standards that have been borrowed, I believe, from the state of Arizona again. And so that, this gives some guidance. And then what about the spacing? How much space do you allow from the next burial? I'm sorry, this is hard to talk about. Moving on to the burial liners, again, it's not required, but if it, if it is purchased, it's required to be delivered and installed at a designated burial plot grave. And then grave markers in terms of, headstones, and the requirement of it, these expensive headstones. It doesn't have to be expensive, but these graves need to be clearly marked, and that's what those are minimum burial standards for any burial, no matter where it is. Okay, so what about cemeteries? The cemetery we're talking about in terms of, I guess, when you're talking about cemetery here, we're talking about, it's in a fenced area, and how do you maintain that? We want to make it clear that, someone has to be maintaining it, whether it's by signs, fences, the weeds, because, again, it's not only for safety reasons, but also to signify where these burials are happening, where are these sites at? How can you recognize it? Who should be maintaining it? And again, it talks about who's designated. Is it an officer? Is it an employee, like a chapter employee? Is it for chapter cemeteries? Is it a family member that has a family plan of operation? That's the administrator. All of these things, and it has to be maintained by some administrator, and that has to be clearly spelled out. That person. Orientation of graves. We didn't really because of the. I know some cemeteries are quite orderly, but some are very random. And so we didn't want to really police that. But it's up to the group. Do we provide some order? I think it's best to just say that it's discretionary, but it has to have some order, so that where each person is buried. And the other thing too, I think that one of the issues we commonly, not common, but sometimes get is, who's responsible for the pallbearers, and we want to make that very clear that it's not the Navajo Nation, and so just to put that out front, plain and simple, but who does the excavation and backfill? Some chapters have backhoes, some chapters don't have any backhoe. And so it's not the chapter's responsibility, but they do sometimes provide these services. Some have fees, some don't. And so there are burial site excavation and backfill services that they might be able to provide. And that's also providing notice to everyone who reads these regulations. There's a funeral procession plan, and I think that most funeral service providers provide this, but we just wanted to make it very clear here that those procession plans are required, so that they, not only do the families know, but also the cemetery administrators, they know when to open the gate, or, they know, it's going to take place at this time. Here's the road, and this is how it's going to proceed. And so we just wanted to make it very clear that those things are done, instead of just showing up and not providing much notice about that. Roadways, if you see some of the cemeteries in the city, they have these fancy sidewalks and roads, but here on the Navajo Nation, it's less formal, but in spite of that, we still need to plan for, an entrance and an exit, to allow the hearse to travel both in and out safely and not disturbing other grave sites. And so, and not only are we saying that in subsection 6 there, we're making it very clear in subsection 7, once you plan the roadway, no burial should be placed on those roadways. There's a purpose for these roadways, and not to disturb that. And then some funeral or gravesite services, I think that it has to have. This is another consideration. Do they have designated trash bins? To allow the families who do use it to clean up after themselves. And so, so to make that even more clear, as administrators, you need to have this there, so that it is kept nicely. Designated, if you go to the next section, the designated administrators shall evaluate the cemetery. We're talking about family plots, church cemeteries, Navajo Nation cemetery. Every cemetery, we're going to have the designated administrator evaluate it on every 6 months, and to review, is it still safe? Are there any damage? And so we wanted to make that clear. All cemeteries should have set times on when they can enter, and I think that one's more for Navajo Nation type ceremony, cemeteries and chapter cemeteries that will just guide them that there is a particular times to go in and out of these cemeteries. Prohibited behaviors, if you go to subpart D, here are some common ones that we found in the 3 states, and so we just repeated them here, and I'm sure we could think about more types of prohibited behaviors, but here are some of the more common ones. Don't travel off the roadway within the cemetery, and I think that we shouldn't even be saying that, but in a large, pre-pandemic, in a large large families with death, they are parking off the roadway, and so we want to make that clear that shouldn't be happening anymore. And then in terms of cremation and the spreading of cremated remains, that's been a policy that the Navajo Nation has had for many, many, many years, that you don't spread ashes anywhere on the Navajo Nation. And so we just put that in the regulations. And then the next one, motorized, unlicensed bikes and recreational vehicles. Those have a tendency to go off the roadway, and I think that whether we allow it or not, it's a policy decision, but we have it in there for your consideration. Animals, and I believe it was Ms. Yazzie that, or someone who added this in, that we originally wasn't in the original draft. But then we thought about, well, there's some that use their animals as a as a support animal. A seeing eye dog, clearly, they should be allowed, but, cats and dogs in general shouldn't be allowed. But again, that's another policy for consideration. And then the use of firearms, except there's an exception for, the Navajo Division of Veterans Affairs for military type services, the 21 gun salute, that's an exception. But outside of that, shouldn't be using or possessing firearms there. And then soliciting businesses, that's a prohibition. There's also, in terms of opening and closing, after dusk, shouldn't be anyone on the grounds, and except, in emergency situations. And so we mentioned the fire department, for example. Obviously, prohibited is vandalism, and so, we don't have a specific criminal property damage statute for burials and things of that sort, but it fits within, we could fit it within one of the Title 17 crimes. And so we just said, well, if there's vandalism, report to the chapter, and it may involve the police department to file a report and investigation for any type of criminal action if needed. And then just to be clear, this is not where you walk, take a jog, or run, or do bike riding. And so, another provision that probably we shouldn't have to say, but it's making it clear that you don't do these things within or around the cemetery. Another exception in terms of animals, sometimes horses are used, but other than that, it's just the other, in general, these animals should not be used. So basically there has to be a purpose for the use of the animal, whether it's a seeing eye dog or if they're part of the ceremony. Outside of that, animals should not be used. And then, I think many of us would consider our animals to be family members, but we have a policy consideration here of whether to, just to make it clear that, as some of us consider our animals to be very close to us, we're not going to allow animals to be buried within a cemetery. So those are some of the prohibition policy matters to consider. Section 5 is another extremely touchy subject, which is cremation. There's the traditional aspect. They oppose cremation in general. But, any family that's traditional also may have experience where it's the individual that wanted it for whatever reason, and so I don't know. I didn't know how to handle it, except to say that it happens. There's not much we can do as a nation except to recognize that it does happen. So when it happens, how are we going to address it? You know, again, we talked about it earlier, but here it's saying we're not going to allow the scattering or spreading of ashes anywhere. And on top of that, you know, if you have, you know, some families have put it in urns, and they may keep the urn, but here we're setting forth a strong policy that those remains, it actually should be buried in a plot within a cemetery. And, you know, and so that's another huge policy decision for everyone on the, as you council delegates, as policymakers, you know, something for you to consider, but it's something that's pretty standard, in spite of the fact that people do carry urns around. So that's something to consider. The cemetery administrators, you know, they need to document these plots and graves for the cremated remains within the cemetery, and you know, there's a cremation ID tag that's provided by the funeral service provider, and so these are really specific guidelines. You know, what about the grave standards? You know, even though an urn is not very big at all, but the standard is, you know, if you're going to do a plot, it's going to be basically the same size and depth of, you know, a regular human, you know, burial. And so, you know, that's another policy decision. And I think that that's the standard. So we just you know, input the standard. You know, what are other jurisdictions doing in terms of the burying of cremated remains, and so that's what we put there. And it might make sense, you know, in terms of, you know, we're talking about orderly cemeteries. You know, it might be best to just keep the plot size all the same, whether, you know, for all deaths. And so, again, just a reminder here that the spacing 3 feet around all sides, and then the liners is the same standard for other regular burials, and then grave markers is also the same for the burial of cremated remains. And what about when you want to exhume someone? You know, I think that the Title 13 already talks about that, but we just wanted the regulations to make reference to Title 13 and just borrow some language on what is the procedure. You know, I think normally it's not. It requires the consent of the next of kin, or if it might have to be approved by the Navajo committee if there's no next of kin to provide that consent. You know, I think that's the non-criminal basically non-criminal investigations. That's how you exhume a body. But what about when there's a criminal investigation and someone has to be exhumed? Well, Title 13 already talks about that. You know, you got to have cooperation with the law enforcement officer petitioning the Navajo court to do that, and it's a court that you know, issues the order allowing for that. And then what if what if a state court wants this, or a federal court wants this as part of their investigation? and they issue an order. Well, they can file that also with the Navajo Nation Court, and they can, the Navajo Court can do it under principles of comity. And comity is basically, it's not automatic. If you compare that to full faith and credit, allowing a court order with full faith and credit, that's almost automatic. It almost gives zero discretion to the Navajo Court. But under principles of comity, a Navajo court can look at that state or federal court order and say, well, let's see if this court order from another jurisdiction was fair and legal. And so we stuck, most things that we have on the Navajo Nation, we consider under principles of comity instead of full faith and credit. And I say most because there are some that we do have grant full faith and credit to, but here we stuck with comity. In all instances of when somebody is exhumed, there has to be a permit for that and a written plan that's filed with the administrator of the cemetery. So that's all from Title 13. We're not saying anything brand new. It's just to provide notice. Everything is stated within this regulation in terms of exhuming a body. Section 7 is basically a formal recognition because the Navajo Nation has not done this. Delegating authority to chapters, I think we assumed that chapters can have cemeteries, and so the RDC in 1999 says it's basically implying that chapters have this cemetery, or this authority to have cemeteries, and they're telling them to plan for it in your plan of or the land use plan. But yet there's really no chapters, this is how you do this if you have a cemetery. And so this is a formal delegation, and we're talking about burial in subsection B here, burial plot fees. And so this also has some, probably some history, and Mr. Halona or Ms. Yazi could probably talk about that history on this notion that is someone actually paying for the use of trust land, and so that's could be open for discussion as well. But I think that if you're withdrawing a land for a cemetery, and for example, a chapter is using that fee to provide some type of revenue to maintain the cemetery, that should be, that has to somehow be made consistent with this notion that are they paying for a piece of trust land or not. And I think that again that's also something that the group can discuss. But here we're trying to say that it's not to that level. And the other thing we're also saying is that we're recognizing the old law that any enrolled Navajo, regardless of where you live or where you died, that you could be buried in a Navajo Nation cemetery. And so, I think that, how do we address that when some chapters are trying to say, well, you're not a member here, and so we're going to charge you more. It just seems contrary. And again, I talked earlier about Irvin Chee's earlier opinion many, many years ago saying you can't do that. And so, but you guys are the policymakers. We're addressing that issue now head on. Do you want to do that or not? And so that's up for consideration. And under Section 1902 of Title 13, it says non-Navajos may be buried within the nation cemetery upon approval. And I think that that's 1958. It was a different time. Now we have Hadan Khullo. So, we have a lot of non-members here on our nation. We have non-Navajos that are teachers, and they feel like they belong here. And so, we need to consider that. If you're saying upon approval, what does that mean? Because it's not 1958 anymore. We have maybe it was more strict back then, but how do we account for that? And so I don't know basically, but moving forward, I think that's again a topic for discussion. If you go to subsection 2, this is a consideration. Again, we don't have to consider this, but because a lot of chapters are already doing it, if the Navajo Committee, if the council delegate are going to allow chapters this delegation and allow burial plot fees, then what's a good reasonable limit? Should we not say it in these regulations, or do we put it in the regulations? Because some chapters are charging over $1,000, and for some families that's outrageous, and for some families that may seem normal, but I think for most of us can agree on the call that for most of us that's a little excessive. So maybe we should put in a ceiling limit on this, and I don't know what that is. Mike Colonna has his suggestion, and I just don't know what amount to put in there. So I left that open-ended, and any limit that we put on there, I think that there should be an allowance, an exception. If a chapter has, needs a bigger burial plot fee, then they should come to the Navajo Committee and justify that, and NABI can approve it. So that's where I think it would be a reasonable compromise. We also want to make it clear, chapters, when you get these fees, you can't put it in your 01 account and start using it for something else. Chapters, we want you to create a fund account and use these fees towards maintaining the cemetery. And so I think that, we need regulations like this to tell them, here's where it says that you need to do this. And I think that that's what we're saying in that paragraph there. I think most chapters are already considering a waiver of burial plot fees. And here's something that's black and white to say, yeah, that should be considered, because different families are not, we all have different, unemployment is over 50% on the Navajo Nation, and so are you going to charge those families a burial fee that they might not be able to afford? And so, chapters should be able to consider waiving them. In fact, if you look at the April Navajo Nation Chapter Emergency Burial Plan, we asked chapters waive it during the pandemic. People are out of work, and so anyway, I digress there. But it's just, this waiver should be considered by chapters, and then we also wanted to make it clear that some chapters have excavation and backfill service fees. So those are completely separate. But I still think that those go to the cemetery, should go into some kind of cemetery fund account to be maintained. And here's in subsection 4 here, the fees should be applied equally. And so what are we talking about there? We're talking about chapters, having a fee for registered members, having a different fee for Navajos that are not registered with a chapter, having a different fee for, non-Navajos. And I think that, that might have some legal issues in itself, but I'm not going to say there are legal issues. I'm just saying that, does that violate equal, our Bill of Rights? I'm not going to say that right now, whether it does or not, but, I just think that it just seems most fair to apply whatever burial plot fee is created, that it's applied equally to all, people who lost their loved ones, no matter who it is. Not, your own community member, but it's, or our Diné who come back home that don't necessarily live within the chapter, but they come back home. That our family want to bring them back home and have them very close to us. We've all experienced that, and we don't want to pay a higher fee just because they passed away out there and we're bringing them home. And then our Hadan net, why should they be any higher? Anyway, again, policy decisions to consider, and then within the same chapter discussion, the burial and cemetery policies. And we're talking about here minimum standards again. I think that a lot of chapters already have certain burial and cemetery policies, and we're not trying to replace those. We're trying to supplement and make it very clear that whatever policy you have is supported by these regulations. You can continue to operate under your regulations, but here are some principles that are minimum standards that if you don't have it in your existing policy, you should consider adding. And then for chapters that don't even have a policy at all, a lot of times I get requests for legal services asking me to review their policy. And so this provides them with a roadmap. You know, you should have a general description of your cemetery, what your policy objectives are, when your cemetery is going to operate, you know, how are you going to maintain your cemetery, what are your burial fees, state that clearly. Obviously a mapping that's going to be coordinated with the chapter's community land use planning committee and the land use plan, and then any additional burial and cemetery standards. You know, I think that, again, these burial regulations, it's minimum standards. I want to keep repeating that again, because we could have additional standards imposed, but these regulations that hopefully we only amend every few years, you know, these are the minimum standards. So if a chapter wants to have additional burial standards that are consistent with these regulations, then by all means they should be able to do that. If a church wants to have an additional burial standards, you know, by all means they should be able to do that. That, you know, so long as it's consistent. And then they need to list the prohibited behaviors as long as it doesn't violate the Navajo Bill of Rights. And accommodations to the existing grazing plan during cemetery expansion. Again, that just makes sense because of the potential for grazing disputes. Going on to subsection D, the cemetery administrative protocols, again, designating someone at the chapter level to not only administer but provide, you know, these types of information to the community, and also to provide additional information. You know, we have the burial assistant program within the Division of Social Services, and you know, we also cite to that in the April 2020 you know, emergency burial plan. But you know, these are, you know, just giving them chapters notice that, you know, that they can provide they can provide notice of these additional resources for their community members. Community land use plans and zoning. Again, I talked about this a little earlier, so I'm not going to really repeat it. You know, this is a form of zoning, and so we just want to continue to encourage that. Section 8 is disputes, and how do you resolve a dispute between potentially two families, or usually two families, I'm sorry. Then, you know, it depends on, to me, it seems like it depends on what is the underlying issue. Is it a grazing dispute? You know, like I said, you know, for example, those families that share a range unit with, you know, I think if the underlying issue results in claiming that it's a violation of a grazing right, then you know, that probably should target and go to the grazing official to consider. And you know, if once they make the decision, then that can be appealed to the director of the Navajo Land Department. And so that seemed like the most logical. And I think that in most instances, that's been happening. And so we're not changing anything, but sometimes it doesn't happen. And so here we're just trying to make that clear. Okay, so what about if the grieving family, it's not a grazing issue, but they have a problem with the chapter's policy or how the chapter, whether it's the manager, CSC, or chapter president, how they decided on their chapter policy against them. They feel like they issued a decision against them based on the chapter's policy. Who, if they have a dispute about that, who does that go to? And here's the general idea that it goes to the chapter president. Under Title 26, the chapter president has the ability to mediate disputes, and so here we're going a little bit one step further by saying that we're going to have the chapter president try to resolve, those issues. And who does it go to after that? There's really no appeal mechanism from a chapter president, except to say that if you disagree with the chapter president, then you can go to Navajo Nation Court and file. And so, it wouldn't be able to go to OHA or anyone else. I thought that the court would be the most appropriate. And what about other types of disputes, whether it's regarding your land withdrawal or the status of your land withdrawal, or just basically anything that doesn't fall under the grazing official and doesn't fall under the chapter president. We're going to knock on Mike Colonna's door and turn to him. That makes the most sense, because I think that a lot of families are going to the division director or to president's office or to their council delegate. Who do they go to for these other types of issues? Well, we'll name Mr. Halona here, and that's also, again, it's just an idea. This is how I thought about it, that it would go there first, and then whatever his decision is, it can be appealed to the Office of Hearing and Appeals. And then if they disagree with OHA, all OHA decisions can be appealed to the Navajo Court, Navajo Supreme Court anyway. So there's an appeal mechanism for those types of decisions that wind up in court. So, but in subpart B there, what it's saying is, in subsection A, here's a general roadmap. This is where you go to. This is where you can go to. But, some families might not want to go to any of those three. And so they can still file in a Navajo Nation court, So we're just making it very clear that, it doesn't prevent anyone from filing in a Navajo Nation court. Going on to subsection 9, or section 9, we in the first draft, this was taken out. This was not part of it. But because of COVID-19, because we didn't know too much about COVID-19 related deaths, we didn't know whether to put this in or not for everyone's information. But so it's for your consideration. How do we handle those our loved ones who have passed because of COVID-19, or in the future, if there's any communicable disease, how do we handle those things in the future? Because, you know, last March to now, you know, all of these questions that we're getting regarding how do we handle these types of burial considerations. You know, so here's Section 9 to consider. You know, there has to be a state of emergency, and you know, and so the commission is empowered to make orders specific to, you know, is there embalming involved? You know, what if there are different standards that need to be made for burial or cremation, you know, who do we go to for those types of decisions? Well, you know, I think that's where, again, this is subject to discussion on where does that go to? Who decides that? Here, we're proposing that it goes to the Commission on Emergency Management to be included and be a part of that decision-making on how do we, if we have to consider special types of burials, you know, that relate to communicable disease, you know, we need somebody to turn to, and we need a document to say, this says we turn to the Commission on Emergency Management. And so here's a step-by-step consideration about not only how do you determine it, but here's basically a process of how the commission is going to address those types of situations. And the last three sections are very standard. Sovereign immunity, you know, we're not waiving sovereign immunity. And then severability, you know, if the court says, well, you know, the cremation part is not legal, and so that part is void, you know, that's okay, and it won't affect the rest of the regulations. So that's a severability clause. It's basically in every law that we have. And then how do you make amendments? And you know, the Navajo Land Department, you know, they can recommend, or the RDC can recommend, and then who approves it? It would be NAVI that ultimately approves any amendments to these regulations. So, Mr. Chair, I hope that provides at least a summary, a basic summary of what's in these regulations, and you know, I could again stand for further questioning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Begay, for your presentation, and I know we need to set another date for a leadership meeting, and what we would like to do is have everyone on the call to have their recommendations sent to Mr. Halona Land Department as well as General Land Development Department, and really add, like you said, perhaps we could have additional regulations imposed, and that's where we will have it. And after our further discussion, this needs to go through the 164 process and a legislation introduced for this burial cemeteries policy. I know it's a very sensitive issue, but it needs to get done. So thank you, Mr. Begay. Let me go to Honorable Key Allen Begay. The lineup is Key Allen Begay, Honorable Mark Freeland, and Honorable Chairman Otto. So, Honorable Begay, you have the floor. Star 6, Honorable Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay. Star 6. Honorable Key Allen Begay. Okay, we'll go back to Honorable Begay. Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, good morning or good afternoon. It's after 12 o'clock. Thank you, Chairman. Otto, Roderick, thank you for that presentation. It was very informative and definitely learned something new again. It's always good to hear these interpretation of laws, and we can read them, but to hear it orally is even more understandable. So thank you for that. A couple of questions. In regards to the roadside memorials, and I think of one in particular that I always see when I'm driving between Winter Rock and Crown Point. Not just is a roadside memorial, but it's within the BIA right away. Instances like that, is there, because that's within the BIA right away, but let's say if it was in the ADOT or NMDOT right away, and this was like on 491 or 550 or 371, would those roadside memorials succumb to Navajo Nation jurisdiction, or would NDOT have that ability to remove them, I guess, is my first question, really, because, and then a part of that still is, do we have any agreements in place with the State Department of Transportation between the nation, the BIA, and the state DOTs? Is there any sort of MOU or MOA in place for these? There's other agreements that we have in place, like let's say cattle guards, but I don't think we have anything in place that symbolizes or utilizes any sort of interpretation for roadside memorials. I think of the one that's right at the, we lost that gentleman on a motorcycle too, right by the Sagebrush Liquor turnoff. There's one right attached to that stop sign there. It always looks like those types of memorials I'm thinking of. Regards to the states as well, has the nation spoke? Do we have any sort of, or how do we deal with New Mexico, let's say New Mexico PRC or Arizona Corporate Commission, on how the nation works with the state morticians or like an association or funeral home association? How do we work with those groups, or how does the nation recognize? I know we don't have a regulatory authority in place, but how does the nation interpret those state laws or those state codes or whatnot that deal with, let's say, the likes of Cope Memorial or Raleigh Mortuary, or even the one in Winter Rock? I think there's one in Winter Rock, the Summit one. But how do we work with those stakeholders? Meaning, I know because they're regulated by the state, but how do we work with them cohesively on the nation? Do we abide by state law? Do we abide by what the state codes are when it comes to these types of scenarios? Now, I really appreciate Chairman mentioning the delicacy of this, because it is a very delicate time. And, having 1,168 families grieving and going through the healing process, it's unfortunate we have to talk about it, but, that's the reality of what this virus has done, not only to our people, but worldwide. We never expected this to happen. So I definitely appreciate this discussion, and it'll give me a better insight to how I can work with my chapters and work with our area. So, and then I guess the last other question, speaking of our area, is I know the BIA is on the line. They'll probably say, well, we'll refer to the nation. But how does allotted land apply to all this too? How do we tie in the allotted land situation? So, yeah, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Mr. Roderick Begay.
Thank you, Delegate Freeland, for your question. With regards to whether Navajo Nation would have jurisdiction over other, I guess we're talking about roadside memorials here, on right-of-ways that are maintained by other jurisdictions. I think that's something for further discussion. I don't think these regulations really address that, but it's certainly something we can discuss. Because the Navajo Nation, we feel like as long as it's on Navajo Nation trust and fee land, our laws control. Even though there's a state right-of-way, it's almost like we're giving them permission, and so it's still Navajo Nation jurisdiction. At the same time, there's also a mutual respect for their laws and regulations, and so that's why the regulations allude, or they expressly say that we're going to work with these other jurisdictions. And then your second question on that was, whether there were any agreements. I'm not aware of it. I can certainly, get some help from some of my colleagues that if they're aware of any agreements, I can work on that before the next work session. Second question about, how do we work with these funeral homes? I think that, once these regulations get passed, even though they have state standards, I think that depending on how we amend our draft here, it's probably not going to violate New Mexico or violate Arizona, and so it's going to be consistent. And so, but wherever there's an inconsistency, our laws control. These regulations will control. So Raleigh Mortuary will have to adhere to our regulations for any burials that happen on Navajo land. In terms of working with them, these regulations are going to provide notice to everyone around that provide these services to our Navajo families. It's going to provide them notice on, what are our standards and how they need to accommodate whatever they're doing, accommodate these regulations that get passed. Your third question about allotted lands. Earlier, at the very beginning, I talked about what these laws didn't address, and allotted lands. The regulations very briefly mention allotments, and so that might be an area where we might want to provide more language and guidance. And so another thing that we didn't talk about, again, was registry, whether we're going to do that or not. And so, these are some of the things that we definitely could, get some guidance from some of the experts, especially BIA, their input on what they think and how we can massage that into the draft, and so that we can have these regulations comprehensive, touching on some of those additional issues that are not necessarily addressed in the current draft. So, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Begay, for your response. And also, let me go back to Mr. Honorable Kialam Begay.
Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Okay. Chairman, yate ado kudo the they has only ito this no by yel ki ado DOJ then kudo the draft of the proposed document shita Mr. Begay now not start here and dini all this just see case again a chairman did don't need it to earlier ya had see to buy no which is understandable so go hit ada actually I mean if we don't talk about it, who's going to talk about it? But I believe that as a legislature, to this council, to this government, that whatever issue it comes to, and there are in the policy of the Navajo Nation Code, I believe that it is our responsibility if we, in the matter, if we have certain beliefs or not. Call Oshi be hot now needs and what end by yat hiki. A cut end baby not be has only kin that ali to ilni could now yet the ilni to ya listen. A coco did several areas burial regulation the quick she has only the one area right of way. I believe Sunday and in Javago was not all what Sunday hidden and Linki out a memorial gate signs that was constant. Although sometimes I guess and I would assume that during the or I don't know if you call it anniversary the time that the individual had passed that you have people would be parked on the side of the road and gathered to a location. There's a statement in there that kind of like it should prevail that this location is considered unsafe driving location. These roadside memorial. I would take that as a roadside memorial is intended to remind passing motorists of the danger of unsafe driving. That's at letter E1, the last paragraph on page 5. I would in a way would feel uncomfortable if an individual that's reading this, especially the individual that the beloved one, I mean, if it was just an accident, I mean, like for example, there's one from Burnside straightaway. It's just a good straightaway. But how could I mean, I don't know. I mean, me passing, the first thing that comes into my mind always is that but I never thought of it that this was a dangerous of unsafe driving. So I don't know if that needs to be modified, Chairman, since that we're talking about this particular document. Other pre-existing memorials, Navajo families who have already established memorial along the highway may because we're allowing this particular. How do we put a language discouraging of such? The belief the belief like once Navajo the traditional aspect, once a person has been put away, I mean that's a majority to not that's it.
I mean, once they bury a loved one, that's the last time that they've gone over there. What's the difference? Roadside, but yet we're allowing they need to just chat that the nido but at the same time we're allowing a family member to create some type of memorial. Do we consider that location as such, or is it that the body has to be present in order for it to be called in that fashion? Language, in a way we're allowing it, but once it's established, then it's very hard to undo it. Or maybe just say that, I mean, just for out of respect, maybe allow them to utilize to establish something like that, maybe within about 2 years or something. Because if you have a memorial here, but yet you have the body at the cemetery, you got the body over here, but yet you're memorializing the location where this person was deceased. So I would really, I don't know, I mean, what the consensus would be by the committee of how we finalize this particular document in that fashion. Chairman. And then the other area that the document is there's a the but is such a hadol test to nacho hondo there's a process where it says that the nabik if one area is not the bohnet committee the right there. I believe that the council shouldn't even be part in making a decision of removing or discussing a grave site. That should be left to maybe the court. Let it be resolved in that area. I'm just looking through my phone lately. These documents, the documents that I'm reading, they have to continue strolling through the area that I'm referencing. So I'm sure you know which area that I'm talking about, that I've read through, that the Nabakiyatik committee will be the final decision maker of this removal. The other area, the cremation, again, how do we know that earlier the great the mortuary personally but again we have to have an understanding the overall how they choose to let go of their loved one. Everything should be within the Navajo Nation, but I know there was a situation where they wanted to spread the ashes at certain location on the Navajo Nation. I don't know if those were done or had been done. So how do we put these individuals or their family members accountable if that is the case? the non-lineage, like the mortuary, should they be part responsible to some extent? I don't know. Once they let go of this particular ash, is it out of their hand of how the family member chooses to deal with this particular cremation issue is not in their hand anymore. What ish? Ko ida ya ko ake stop na itish kitolis. All part 6A gibaka under the exhumations of interred remains baka under 13 Navajo Nation Code 1905. Exhumation generally requires the consent of the next of kin of the deceased. If there is no next of kin, the exhumation may be approved by the Navajo Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. Because, I mean, anything as such, I would have a hard time to make a decision on an individual's remains or anything of that nature. Koko, I don't know if that needs to be modified. Chairman, committee. The other area, chapter burial, cemetery policy. So as we speak, that the currently each chapter will be responsible. Each chapter will be responsible to establish I guess you call them O&M, operation and maintenance. The one thing that we will in this particular document, it gives the preface of the chapters to start charging. That's the one thing that really is a hinder to some. Many, like for example, many from here community cemeteries that then majority of the community chooses to utilize the Chinle Cemetery. Chinle chapter is certified, but I believe they're charging around $300 plus $50 for you to utilize the backhoe. We're adding more. We're adding more costs to bury their loved one. If this policy says that we give preference for the local chapter to assess a fee to utilize the community cemetery and so on, really would just open the door for the chapters to really make maybe, I don't know, some costs to operate this cemetery. But the other area, for example, the other thing, I don't want to start bringing up things that, but I think that we really need to have an understanding the location of these particular cemeteries. Like for example, just 45 is on top of a hill, but I believe that's growing to Nasinle dan Tinagoya or youth or kids, and so it's just basically that the Adult, for example, if you go to the Chinle Cemetery, it's way out here, which is okay. But if you look to the east, to the west side of that particular location, not even 1,000 feet or something like that, you have it seems like that location is utilized as a firing range for practice. That's it. You bottle. How do we address that too? Cemetery create every other day. That's I don't know what the nature of that is in traditional aspect or if you look at it any other way. But if you go into the military funeral service, but they utilize the 21 gun salute. So all of this area, of the location of it and the surrounding of it, right now, the situation, I don't know if any of the mini farms chapter officials are listening in. There's another situation that arose and this will be on Monday's agenda, that in the midst of a farmland, that beneath handi aje hodon no kwa ake cemetery hodon list handi hodon ni the sto aje akoko di dak la betanje hodad net sto betanje di lei dak and deniki kwa ake yes no wata hot there are some farm grave sites on farmland. But this was even before me as a delegate, almost like 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago. She that's it the hot ediki that alcohons at the holzes. Ako Yankees to I don't like con the Oshibagato, what create the hotel list and the hotel near the store. So later big to out ako ko linda ni yes so that stock it the joton linki that the na hota ko bibi ta has long that hota za ta sha jotot answer ta case ako ko hota ego ti but at the hot haki ban yel I just want to be frank about discussing this because one way or another somebody has to talk about it. We have to somehow get this resolved. Akoko ato eto benada nin agenda ho yel dan shit e ba yel tio da nazen so da benchina the caseless to akoko to ba yat ko ko to khisha ya na to khisha yat to little to onasli kwake. So again, going back, I apologize for just getting off the subject here, but going back to number Roman numeral 7, chapter burial and cemetery policies, Bakaki, chapter burial plot fees, the Bakadri Atishna, we're allowing the chapters to create some type of fee to bury, to utilize. But a fee, Ziki, how much do they make? Again, I don't want to put one of my central agency chapter on the spot, but if there's already so much cemeteries within the community over there, I mean, how come there's not much improvement? The onasins and the sesto, koko dik or $300 night in the leg, $50, I guess, to utilize the equipment, but yet. All hot, hack it all hot. Quite it other and prove that hadnet the door lay flowers that you open the you so that lay quadrugo on lay go to the maybe to the side of the grave site or just no on us so it's that majority after I mean if we the intent of it is to maintain and beautify the location, but yet if that intent is not being hard to get based on nothing, they onasins and start but case. So Chairman, let me go ahead and stop right there, and then I got other area because I know the community land use plan is also included in here that I want to discuss, Chairman. So Hotashin Kodo a second behind that's Chairman.
Thank you for your statement and questions, Honorable Begay. Mr. Roderick Begay.
Yeah, Nana, Mr. Chair, and Delegate Kiel Begay. Here's a lot of good comments. I'm taking notes, so if we can discuss this further. Some of the things that you talked about. In terms of language, changing the language on the, whether we should say that, changing the language on the safety standards, I think that we borrowed that from how the state of Arizona recognizes that, some of these large memorials can get either too close to the road or they're very distracting. And so I think that I can work on changing the language and not necessarily say that it's a safety risk, but it's something that I'll look into. In terms of our tradition and how we should be discouraging roadside memorials. I guess that's the whole point of this work session, and future work session is to have a discussion about that. You know, like I said, we originally took it out. Roadside memorials, we said that was prohibited on the Navajo Nation. But then, you know, how do we deal with the ones that are already on the Navajo Nation? Do we have them all taken out if we prohibited it? Or do we give the option to say that we're going to allow it, but we're going to regulate it? We're going to have the NDOT director police that. And so, you know, in one way it could be encouragement, but at least there's some type of regulation. There's some type of policing for it because it's already being done. And so I think it's a good discussion. Should we allow it or not? And that's the purpose of this work session. And so, but there is language. The language, if you look at the section, the very first paragraph says that, you know, we're not going to discourage it, but we're also not, the Navajo Nation is not going to encourage it. Maybe we can change the language to make it more discouraging, but, you know, you guys are the policymakers, you know, how we want to frame the language. So I'm okay. I'm okay, and it's I'm up for discussing that. Question about having NABI not be part of the exhuming process. That's part of the statute. So we can replace NABI with somebody else in the regulations, but we would need to make an amendment to Title 13, Section 1905, to replace NABI with, and say that, you know, that they should just all go to the court. And so, which would mean that we would need to make an amendment to a statute that would go before Navajo Nation Council. So again, it's something we can do. I can work with Ms. Khan and others on changing that. So that's something for further discussion and consideration. The same with cremation. I think you had raised a concern about the responsibility of, you know, how do we enforce it? That's a difficult question for me to answer because, you know, it's almost like alcoholism. It's a huge problem on the Navajo Nation. We have laws against it, but yet we have bootlegging happening, and alcoholism is a big problem. And so, you know, we're trying to address it, but we just, you know, some things we have laws against it. And so cremation, you know, we would have a law against the spreading of ashes. How do we enforce it? How do we? That's a very good question, but it's something I don't know that I have a good answer for. The chapter policy on the fees, burial fees, that's another topic for discussion. We can eliminate it. You as policymakers just tell chapters you don't have the authority to issue a fee. You know, that's why I left the fee number blank. I don't know what the fee is, but you know, I do know that if there is no fee, how do chapters maintain it? You know, some chapters are not, you know, are charging fees like you're saying, and they're not maintaining it. So, you know, it's just, how do you address that? I don't know. Fees, you know, leave it in, or do we just take it out altogether? That's up for discussion. the location of these cemeteries. Another good question. I think that, again, if we go back to the 1999 RDC resolution, chapters were supposed to implement these in their land use plans. And, having a firing range next to a cemetery, is that good? Was that a good idea or not? I haven't seen, I haven't taken a look at Chin Lee's land use plan, but, it's a good question in terms of identifying the location of these cemeteries, how strategic the placement is. I think we leave that up to the chapters. We leave that up to the Department of Veterans Affairs for veterans cemeteries, and we leave that up to the churches for churches cemeteries. So I think that's a good question. I just don't know if I have a good answer for your question. So with that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Begay. Let me go to Honorable Chairman Otto.
Thank you, Archulita.
Hello.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering, because I got kicked off, and usually when we call back in, it mutes you automatically, so it did with that. Thank you very much for this time, and Nikodo, Washington, and the other there. But from at a certain extent, leadership would have to act and make a decision related to this matter. Number one is that where does the local governance act fit into this policy? We say that the chapters that are certified by the former president, President Albert Hale. And I'm just speaking towards the certified chapter. And I know the non-certified chapter, Title 2, we can make that decision, make that fate for them and say, you're going to abide by this policy. But where does the balance come into hand to say that the certified chapters, the policy be and not the Shnini, local governance, what up has any Iliado, has any ato hadid other resent not neta. That's one. Number two, how is the communication from the authors of this policy directly to the certified chapter? Whether it's pre-pandemic or during the pandemic. Listening to Mr. Halona, they got so far before the pandemic. The exchange at social soda. Do adi partners will take a kush ishtan. Had egos a deep and much a bizarre ya akutanzin. I don't vacation is the partners miller. Adish behs ani behsabe danahatik ahish. Adish is kitten these mill. Not the Shnini the Nanak Compe has any the net that I sauce. behas ani da yego ashinta go the baker street in the leader can't car ako hashitash behas ani ge bedolzen doik hosh behas ani just like the hemp. I'm going to refer to the hemp conversation. If you grow hemp and it's illegal, we're going to take your permit away. Now, is this the same scenario if a person does not comply? Because you can't not car. Do quite get better than customary use be ajate. Not that it add. Kaya ashin sabo kaya trio. Adult and Nikodo, the Western philosophy, the Western role Nahalin, the Lagana Keho, the Dishni, and so Kosit Ati at Nihin Bitasilia, Nihin Don Hijay link at you hut at that at Neki Hiji. Ad Kuhi at ye Yosha. Alcohol the Hadit other year that budget the Hadit now in the art. The neck on Soho cos Ajon Nalta. Kaish all ye just cha ya Haidata at Daniel Le Coco Abel has argue a whole year. Alcohol art nas lag art has 2 nuts kid. I ate the nedo, which has niben na. O ye yan. The nena het nicht geähnlich, und da ich hätte nicht. Do ho wangen nicht. Do hat etingen nicht. Do ho nicht scratchen nicht. Do hat illa tage nicht. Do hat task nicht. Do hat se arge nicht. Hanna she go do ho nicht. Don da alte hete I since ne hot nicht de kadeya ayat abada ilte adon da khayda ta ajta kahota adnak so kosita ichi ka don inslana tani edo shishide edo to shinne to shidani Nick could a could on the enslin or the nenslin or the anana kiss. Consistent kiss. Late a nonsense. Ladies 2 years. Yes, hitting then. The nan yo ordinary other quibble, but not deho. Yo, and not the never is. Dobo da beniya ya hot ayo ihne that issue hot an yo ihne the never yo ihbit chidi to dobo adon that the benani is a tenigi so aje so chidi no benna aje hot as to it that issue then a koi kibi la to dabo inda to ba sita adek to ade bkhana alteho eshi binna to ki ohra shi kontene ni da kinte khana alte khana alte kada stui ya da ki on hota lides tui ya da ki to Talia in the Lehi, Nagada, the Lehi, what Bebena and Kit. Naya, Hojon, Gates at the Chibit gift ego, but he's a la. The yard a be hollow, yard a be hard. In that Hojel, Kanet ashin da just sahi so hot yat la bit naz la do yat bit naz lahle inana yi lahi bin nat onsen oli tuya yada hot o de isis o yashi ko hoti da has get ani o yudne it is I had a person call me from Gap chapter. They could have national ashit na could na shugan but tig need no ashi should I hanna. The bears ani hashin so she no ashin so had that dilya. In the ad it the ne baganaz lag. The nether baganaz lag or hit the host eben na at the stig ishba or sta. Over tahne at ne. Me go back and not yada. It's made the husband lead patience with I don't know data. That was the values that was ingrained in people. Did it when he had the whole igi. Kaiten. One as like it, I do yada yada. Chinye sabin hashida. Yego be how the Kohoti de Hodoshan and Ano Shinigi Yego Nibahasti in non lini but large in Soho Koso Kashiba in non teach by Yelki Na Ilaho in non ye bahil neatness to no Anash. Kohotita behes anigit ani appreciate Department of Justice making doing their researches gathering the information together. Roderick Hashned na the Nebanat kin beats Lati relate pertaining to the Nen Odnehiki Hashned na be Salah. Then all those coherence. As Yego at the now Lanson. I'm just going to make some recommendation in writing, and I'll go ahead and forward to the Department of Justice in the areas that I see that need attention. Department of Justice should be really thorough pertaining to the Navajo-ness. Could you? Nick a house at the Nanda Kai. I told son he has got don't how he have be Kata. Hodahini Nanigi at the Bini the door be Bansiki, not which in Nabah to eat. And he Johanna any he cannot tapik. Then he taught him don't he check. He can't he see. That has large but he needs to not he gets better than that. I appreciate this time and just continue the work on this policy, but urge that we really need to get the Navajo-ness in here. Yego. Nito de toho kosi Lisbon kan edit ayana. Akon condition. The Hebe has on it. Kaya the Yotangi Bas between Lin. Yeah, Sabi I don't that the other is the grandfather. And the cause is that we need to grandfather in the existing burial plots that are out there. But you have to grandfather in the current burial plots, family plots that can get out there into this policy, so that if somebody has a plot out there, need to see land withdrawal has so then the Kaya he caught to your inigi not carding leaning to your inigi the halit nan kadi last clean shot bed not so sahio so sigi ako khashit ash bza il ajo ako kode ya neck aho the nan bohodni no taho sande ya o kitena ani ako ne kade ya the ne bohodne he bza de dos he kab obta bagaya ako behaz ani gi ahadit wada acha aban soho kosa baye ya to listen bottom line is everything is back to the Navajo people. They are the kids. Could not ani ni klinit ni la shinto ba ala behaz ani baba ke hada hilna inte to خارج إيدنا تخفزاتي تاس أدن يا أكد ساهو زنجت يا آدت يا نهت أي قاس نحله آديش خاين السن أكو آدي ننجي بك إحكو آدي سابك جاكو بهز آني ياجي الله سابق تنهديت بخاحتت بدأحتون يا تون أكو نهديت نيدو ليه whether it's to whether it's to shrine, whether it's to other aspects of burial. Then that one, the next she studied the cha. Go, so ni twizo ledet or ida da ninde ida ba all da. Nahek anan so ki. La ya. That's up. Yeah, Chinichi, simply. Want to see the case. I deal with Amaha. We go here. So thank you.
Honorable Chairman So. Ashin need the quad navigate tiki I Bahas Tito Battles and Nation Date in what end on in navigate tick or Ebehas Ani has Eddie Niscott. Yeah. Although this is our first meeting again since before the pandemic, so we're coming up with a lot of these good recommendations that need to be submitted. Mr. Roderick Begay, could you respond, sir?
Chair, it's not us. This is Delegate Yellow here. He did Nina. Abajo is going to I want to like to say a few words too at my part. Not on the chair. Chairman,
Honorable Yellow Hair. We have a response from Mr. Roger Begay. After that, I'm going to go to Honorable Chairman Daniel So. Thank you. Mr. Roger Begay.
Nana. The way Delegate So recited, that's the teaching I received too. So it's really difficult to do this type of work. To advocate for something that traditionally you're against. So, but we have our personal. We have to wrestle with our personal beliefs with our advocacy. We're trying to advocate for what our clients want, even though we may personally disagree with it. And so that's why the communicable disease that was left out. initially, but we put it in. Roadside memorials, we took it out, but we put it in. These are really tough conversational. Earlier, Delegate Daniels also made some traditional guidance, and that's what I was taught too. And so it's for you to question me about where's the Navajo-ness in this, and I'm embarrassed to be frank with everyone on the call that we don't have that. If you look at the entire Navajo Nation Code, where is the Navajo-ness in it? We left it out. And so for me to create something and not incorporate some of our own tradition into these regulations, I feel embarrassed that I didn't. But if you look at how our Navajo Nation Code is, there's very little Navajo-ness in it. And so it's a real life struggle to work for DOJ, to work for our Navajo people, to try to protect our traditions, but at the same time work towards modernization. It's really hard. I could just hear. I feel like you and Delegate Daniels, what your words are. It sounds like my dad. So it just those are good words. I just wanted to say that I take it with. I don't take it lightly. Those are good recommendations. In terms of the comment about were chapters consulted with, not yet, and I think the reason for that is because if you look at Title 13 and you look at the LGA says that chapters only have the authority that's been delegated to them. So there's nothing in the LGA that gives chapters the authority over burial matters. So these regulations are trying to make that clear that yes, you do have that delegated authority, and so and whose decision is that? In the law, Title 13, it was the old Government Services Committee. So, but that Government Services Committee is now replaced by the Navajo Committee, and so really it belonged, the authority to delegate here, the chapters would come from the Navajo Committee, and so it makes it clear that chapters can do these things. But you did raise an interesting point. How do we distinguish between, or how do we accommodate the difference between government certified and non-government certified chapters? That's a very good question, because we're not distinguishing here, and we have both government certified chapters and non-government certified chapters that have cemeteries. So to try to create the difference here in these regulations might be, it's going to be a struggle, but I took the notes down and seeing how we can further discuss that. And then in terms of your comment about grandfathering in, again, I think that's, I think that it's a policy decision, really. I think that Navajo Land Department would have their own comments about that, but I think that we're trying to encourage you know, if we're going to modernize, you know, this is how we're encouraging people to comply with the law. Because if there is no law, we're going to continue to deal with these disputes and problems. You know, we're just going to continue to deal with it. And I think that these regulations are trying to address some of the things that, you know, we deal with at DOJ, Navajo Land Department, the grazing officials, Department of Agriculture, historic preservation. I mean, everybody who's on the call has had to deal with some type of burial. And then you said you had to deal with a question from GAP. And so it rises to the Navajo Nation Council level. It goes to, you know, OPVP. Every part of the Navajo Nation has had to deal with some type of burial matter. And so, you know, these regulations are trying to provide some clarity. But I completely agree with you, though, in that we need to provide for some Navajo-ness to it. And so, you know, and with your comments, I would appreciate those written comments to see how we could incorporate some of those things, because these are not written. A lot of what you're saying about the taboos or the teachings, it's not written anywhere. It's not written in black and white. A lot of, if you ask the Kathlis and our elders, you know, some of them say we shouldn't write it down in our statutes, but then you know, and then there's the other side that say we should, because of we're losing our elders, and who's going to pass this on to us, to people like me who still you know, want to follow those old teachings. So, Mr. Chair, those are my responses to Delegate Otto.
Are you done, Mr. Begay?
Yes.
Thank you. Kache yaha Nikibesh Mahasan Chairman So an audit got off Daniel So Shana Ada. Yet the Chile Ado Sinantai Resource and Development Committee. Ado Shikez in it. Chicados in the Quaggy. A cut the inner stato sato e Quaggy sato I see Quaggy by Yat Higgy Bahamet Higgy or Yat Esto Shah Quaggy Shaho Oko Ado Quaggy here what we sato his army. Das Sorgito hit on docks. No, yeah, Yakigito, Eto, but he Winton. A core, to deep big, see, later il take not so stock is it? Will ye go a quite about when is the Navajo Nation code? The song go a Nahas Tui Nizani Hatasi Oko Only not so son Cataliato a quacky. Great oh a the Navajo a get a hot needle. So a you see. In yeah, not so son Catalia. The question is not so stored is a Sato Ape. I don't have Adoli, no ego a quaggy council do chapters Dalia. Up and on the ethnal so stored Liziki, fleet out a the ne a cat a hot eato. So a you see, and what di kwagi baya tiki khalid di lachit au in hit dan leniki di behas ani ba huint ni je get the house idole so kwagi I see salan halin kwagi ko ado kwagi Mr. Begay be had see coached host dojet behas ani Danil I yo troje behas ani Danil I ado sato yat egi kun bitasit so what ani the roadside memorial ado shinka shrine na halo khatatelia ko ai si kun sign zi bidas kon otalia taho it's a key by ko blazabi gaki a kwaki khatatelia ko khastait aya lay right of way fenced the a be lanto le negosha and e keep set up big rahib ki atasla negosha auto ta be his the no ado khay na chawi idole to klashin to ya so desenchi binnacha to khayki khatatalna ehenni to biniya to khona hodo nilta biniya chin without khatatalna so desen be ado khay ik chotole ado khayki ya dik ein chwa gibenna Neinst ingla, so desen be khatalian neinst ingla na hat nido naste shawat ela khayda khas tui hazani hamata khaja kwaki doyo anin chaga to kheko chaga kwaki o al inkliji la go ad khode hamata khaja ta khachida masanda khazan ache kanali yahati sa naste 19 dolli so could I don't sadly a cut the quaggy Khayla Bandol Yelti the roadside memorial shrine Kayil Chotole Elabana the snap it has Alyan laid right foot way fence the dust Edo said the Nash tears in the quaggy without it has onwardly who don't need a shot ado at the stop sign but as ado bedast on the unlay with the nego shechel built edo lake ado quaggy to she that eggy felt like simple echo the cremation will you heggy they stay alla anin later na tini to in the no ko kad tal khashin that hegi ko ke ya bakao ndey den khashin that hegi thodan len go thoda hadi I kha go this egin they didn't
Edo tau Satoshi Yanle Basement Ai. Ijeto DK of a card. To a what to this gene about Analte. Quacky. Kajo High, the stop has own shop. Con urgent, the urgent that on it. What are behold or art? Who don't need a sound. Out of these, Sicily, out of so ye had the old lady, if they in lady. Check is the make it question not to Hodalia. A dig has $1,000. Oh, Arja has Nigo. A dig is got Sato has $1,000. I think to Navajo Nation Historic Preservation change to Sato Aitan. I don't put on the map they give flag the recognition of the grave sites, prehistoric to present day. They shan't be taught so. Those totally Ingleda iltigi Lagana Hasinta Heki Ekon Anna Saza Halit Alkeda had in the Nick A. Sunt A. Azor Nacho Hodalian A. It's Spits and A. Hadisner. Don't lead Hadashi. University, museum, foundation, Adi Hadisja. Adu Kadishid A. Not all. It's a hundred link. No, stop. Sedal hit out A. Quacky. It is only about all link. Lota. No things to be what either. Joy, I guess he wants his case. He could say, honey, I had Joe Hodatsa. Those things to Craigie out Craigie. Kenyan the shake on the sink to Hodatsa. Edition. He left it. So a Craigie. Washington don't be his only Graves Repatriation Act. So it without a store. Sato without a the burial policy keep it also. The protection and the repatriation. I'm sure what our in this case though quite to do list. Saho Joe Hutaya Hayden that you hold now. Just as Chinin laid the total in there the cut of the tree. Quite area right all the maintaining the reverence at a cemetery. I know we can't legislate that, but how do we make it a social more? The ado that in Hajo, that they no sen. To the late area. Hajo has it is and the kid on it and the quaggy. Yeah, on some dollar TV. Jahan in labor chill quaggy.
Just etna has nilne. Edan de la kade de jatle. Only the it seen the ajo the ashe yolle ada esto de la. Ado in the maintenance part, a group to do maintenance maybe twice a year for those chapters that operate the cemeteries. Do hajoshin ade to hajo policy does do least is on the edge. Ado the quigoshin to kada tape to has on and has to haiki jo kwagi aya haiki say to kaya pasa holnota. So that's the part. Ado the Mr. Begay was sila ado so yahati at isid le homestead kinna nele abiga hakon the kwasan and lanike kwagi ndeyini ado khida adelto shisha kwasan adelto nato lito ta na ai si ye ko sa holno ko ta aden ya ho ko kwagi belto ben ni chana shadow le ta o don't need to jo ade yada athe ko kwagi to jo the Shanant Resource and Development Committee kudo I say nan lago kwagi the policy ki ni tato sa khalit au hajo ta ilni la so yesi lato binna kwagi insan de to kwagi lato kat behasi to singa abin sogi to business nanigi to sin lato Francis case to lesto kwagi lato behasi to lato sin alto bahna des what so chile Honorable Chair Ricky Nez, the honorable members of the Resource and Development Committee, to distinguished folks on the call. I see on me. I see by Yakit the Quaggy I don't sato. Yada deal chip. We took an oath. So no matter what, we have to discuss it. Thank you for listening, and I hope I added to the discussion. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you for your. We accept and all the recommendations that are being made. Earlier, before you got on the call, I don't know how long you've been on the call, but Mr. Richard Begay and Janagoye and Hitler data. So let me give him some time so he can respond also. Mr. Richard Begay? Press *6. Mr. Richard Begay. Mr. Richard Begay? Then Mr. Roderick Begay, could you respond?
Nana, everyone on the call. Another good set of comments from Delegate Daniel So, and good recommendations. I did take notes again with regards to whether we consider allowing for these memorials, basically at the right-of-way fence or the end of the right-of-way, or does the group still consider taking it all out and just not allow it at all? And so those, like I said earlier, the first draft, it said it's not allowed at all. So, we can dig up that language to see how it would look like to just not allow it at all. And so I can definitely share, a draft up of what that would look like. So that's up for discussion. And then with regards to commentary on NAGPRA, that has its own set of principles. And I know that recently we had that case regarding the remains at Canyon de Chelly, and so that's relevant, but because that particular the underlying issues in that is basically a taking, and we're trying to retrieve. Again, I think that's a policy decision whether we're going to retrieve, those remains, and I think Richard Begay talked about a little bit about that earlier, and so I'll let Richard Begay, when he returns, address the commentary and questions on that. So, Mr. Chair, that'll be my response.
Mr. Chair, I apologize. This is Richard Begay. I was on the call for the quadrilateral agreement, and I was notified that there were some issues that needed to be addressed by me. And if you could possibly rephrase those questions or repeat those questions, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Begay, for coming back on the line. Shouldn't Honorable Chairman Daniel So, could you summarize your concerns and recommendations to Mr. Begay?
Oh, Wasila, this is silly. I thought hard or think that they would not this kid there. Kundet hatoi being honestly again sinantai teha kaigi anaho Mr. Begay, this is Delegate Daniel So, and basically I guess the main thing is and it's also in concert with what Mr. Vice Chair Otto So basically talked about, is the fact that the recognition of the unmarked graves, the ones were before the modernization of Navajo society, folk were buried, let's say, Atsekezon, or Tsetset, Ketas, Kenotalia. And that part, the historic burials, how do we best, I know that in your work, you've probably already flagged it on your maps, but in real life, how do we, I guess, designate it, and so that those are logged and basically, I guess, acknowledged, and then even in the aspect of perhaps some of these areas, maybe going forward, maybe that's where the expansion of a cemetery could even happen. The other part is the the Graves Repatriation Act, how are we going to handle it? Is that something that we need to state in this policy, or are we just going to let federal law govern with the aspect of accepting those remains and putting them back where they were taken from? That's the aspect. And of course, in Navajo way, there is no such thing as doing that. But in the modernization of our society, we're doing things that wasn't acceptable, but we're doing it now. And so in that aspect, then how do we put these accommodations into this policy? That's I guess one way of talking about it, not in the same words that I first posed it. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair, and we'll get Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, so for that. Mr. Richard Begay, you have the floor, sir.
Sorry about that. Thank you for that question, Delegate So and Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Let me take this in two parts. The first part is about the unmarked or historic burials, and the second part is about the repatriation. As I mentioned earlier this morning, the Navajo Resources Committee, the Navajo Nation Council, back in 1996 approved what we call the Just Chop policy. That policy covers all historic burials or unmarked burials in Navajo and Asazi, and in some cases non-Navajo graves on the Navajo Nation. The first preference in that is to leave the grave alone. Because in some cases they get disturbed, they erode out, or people uncover them, and that's when that policy kicks in that says to just recover it and stabilize it. In some cases, it's not possible to leave it in place, and in that case, then the next option is to rebury it as close as possible to the burial, and in those cases, we do work with the local land user. And the third option is to work with the chapter to identify a place to rebury them. Let me give you an example. Many years ago, maybe about 15 years ago, on Black Mesa, in the mining area, there was a Navajo burial that Peabody discovered or had identified. We worked with the community up there, and they decided that the best place to rebury that Navajo, who died about 1915 from the flu back then, since it was going to be, the area was being mined, the community agreed to rebury that person in the local church cemetery. So we do work very closely with the local residents and the chapter if there are unmarked graves and we can identify the next of kin. If we can identify the next of kin, then we follow what their wishes are. So, and I gave an example on Black Mesa about Minnie Mules Begay and his family. In that instance, we were able to identify some next of kin, 50 years later, and they agreed to leave those remains, rebury those remains in Fort Defiance, which we did last fall. So that's basically what that policy allows us to do. Again, I will send out a copy of that policy to everyone, and so I'll send it to Melinda, who can distribute it to the council members. And if you want to get a copy of that, you can call or text me at this number, 928-206-7099. Accordida la just top policy nini bayashtegi 1996 at hadilia it adiyat Allah bikiyatio hadilia hatrida da hedos twido sanida bisanda hawilda hadilia Di just chat a hegile hit aba hayado le. Ado la da hit ada da la. Big bada yola hit ado le no da. Ay abahast in the idala sto has tweet the hallo sani da hegide besenda hasil da hadilia. Because do an hidate ida. So di ani bahast here. Do bahat zidit do shandad le shisa babasist here. Hit adan later in the ha no abahast here zota haslia to snow yest here. Aji in dad la shota. The core had Ado in the deed of repatriation and Nigi the NAGPRA, the Indian Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act. That was approved by Congress and signed in 1990. That covers all institutions like museums, federal agencies, even anybody that gets federal monies. That NAGPRA applies to them. So it covers the whole U.S. And there are human remains probably in most museum collections across the United States. A lot of them came off of Navajo Nation lands, or what became Navajo Nation lands. So that is a federal law, of course. We have worked with Park Service, BLM Forest Service, museums across the country on that issue. Now, that repatriation, no, did just adat, hegi, stop a guest here, at Harley Jishin, that Jishigi da, Adon that just chat, hegi, human remains, but in a guest here. It allows tribes to bring it back, both Jish, human remains, what they call funerary items, at Ishibli Yoda, Yaya, Leitzata, that hegi. Yo da hegi isop ada nahajato le no be lasli. So in the past we have worked with Atahli, both the Diné Spiritual and Cultural Society, other Atahlis who are not part of any society or a group, or our own HAC to bring Jish back. Like Jish nahas jawre kasla Atahli chudayos. Those are otahas ahagi ban. So that's part of NAGPRA. NAGPRA, the other part is about the human remains. Allah nisan bedin NAGPRA bedin nini chose either. Sat hegi human remains bedin nini sa nahas jadre se natnil. Black Mesa is a good example. They had some of the when they were doing the reclamations on some parts of the mine years ago, they used that law to rebury some of those remains. And again, we used that NAGPRA law to bring those Navajo remains and the funerary items back last year and rebury them in Fort Defiance last fall. So, and those were Navajo remains. So we have done that, but you're absolutely right. There's no Navajo Nation law right now or policy that dictates repatriation. We are now working on a policy that will hopefully will get to RDC by the end of the year to repatriate Jish, or what to do with Jish. We've been working with Jish for quite some time now, but we don't have an internal policy or procedures, and how it's not been formalized. So we're formalizing those procedures. And the next step is to address the repatriation or human remains. Let me back up just a little bit. Let me talk about Jish. I know this is not an issue about Jish, but it's under the work that we do, and sometimes it gets repatriated under NAGPRA. Sate aden lid nekeda hat in aden his Jishata yija dide bahas did tahliastin or dago ne shodi da sitli it's in the dana kodin his yanda yija. So we take care of that. Adoin danas anada no chichata and sazabata yol shahata jinsa dano. So we do that if we can. A lot of times we stress that those burials have to stay in place. of all the Navajo home sites on Navajo Nation lands, probably a good 30 to 40, even 50% are probably sitting on top of prehistoric sites. So probably we get one or two calls a month. So we try to take care of those, and that's done under our policy, the Just Chop policy. So very rarely do we get calls about Navajo remains, but we do, like I said this morning, when I talked this morning from St. Michael's, Navajo Nation Police, so we assisted with that. Now the problem is, where do we rebury it? Right now, we'll probably go back to Fort Defiance chapter and ask them for a space at the cemetery. So those are some of the issues that we're facing. But some of the issues that you were asking about is addressed in the Just Chop policy. I hope I've answered your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Begay, for that. Yeah, ado ayese odahil akodo do para hadol senegiti at least salay do atatendas negito norego nastrol koko panahas ago behas an il neheki ako hehe anotsko ado kashe ha. Before I go to Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, I'm gonna go over to the president's office there. So, Mr. Davis Wilfred.
Oh, Yade Chair. Yade Chair. Members of our Resource and Development Committee, Ado Department of Justice, everybody that's listening in. Ado Dikrege Bayad Tiege. Oshi, Yuji Bahadoti, do Ini, do Edo, do Yubahazi. I've been to enough funeral this year. Ado, the veterans, do the Nayanda O Kanko. Hadoshi, a question bandis, the officiating burial sites for loss of loved ones. I don't you I should need out of the kindness of my heart. Could I not show a cornell not addition ligido doshin just cut a could but military burial were not set as VFW, Veteran of Foreign Wars, American Legion. So people want 21 gun salute. We have live rounds, and it's always an army that does an accidental discharge. Accidental discharge. He gave it enough. Mr. Begay from DOJ, if you could incorporate into this legislation later on, she debated on this, to have a dummy round, blind rounds, for the safety of the people. Junle off reservation, like in Cortez, we did one for my late brother, Mr. Robert Whitehorse. They use dummy rounds. The Higido Hunit Edo Lesson. As a piece, the whole Yat Edo Lesson. When you go past the cemetery, so the closest one on the roadside that we all know of is Fort Defiance. Cemeteries, there's lightings. The Lego site, wow, that they're going off of solar. even though there's no electricity there. Later on, if we allow it, so they're going to be Native American church in Nepal, they do their tipi sit-ups and just lahat ayanakri. Nana Christianity don't lahat ayanakri. Nana the old ones, the redegi, don't lahat ayanakri. Ako digi nan on so ato. Ako dislist higi do in I think echo. At one time, Oshna Bayati, I don't think that there is a law. Sacred mountains do go sleep bagat na zasto liligi do takadot nidna. Ako la that law did it become a law ashina o open id kidigida do bahashna doli. None of the road shrine, Ninigi Anni, Nereges Akin, Ayedigo. And Naso, the Negedal, Nahatnis. Echo that family, I said Naso, Semetis and they cleared all Naso, fancy and this. It's not even 10 yards out the road. Echo, Toyot Ohashink, here. Especially certain holidays coming around. The holidays you can touch yana kre. Do you do better luck and no yana kre no. The family surrounding them. Ado yaha zita should no beshes nahan. John Dick and die by yati. Oko edo here ba baha zigi ani it. Of course, three son is not a done the question by your Stephen. Do yet not kigo which later name this in the not kigo. No, or could that do? I just hola. There's no laws for it. Or what algo just kidding there. John Day time is only about negi in terms of time a sashi or what edoli. Yeah, sure.
Goshila here, Korova Hensigi. We eyes about here in Zendihota. Your recommendations are noted, and I believe Mr. Halona is on the line. I'll give him a little bit of time so he can respond to some of these as well, because the Land Department as well as General Land Development Department will be the ones drafting parts of these recommendations also. So, Mr. Halona. Mr. Halona, press *6.
Chairman Ness?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, look, Chairman Ness, the Auto Resource Development Committee, Auto UPVP, Mr. Begay, DOJ, I said, Hubbardston, a couple. I see, you will respect that house. Hey, none. I think the door on the city, and days in the show. At the Nero Tone and I left it, I thought Nishpat no. Ado Lab, how tea don't eat a door, teeth on a nest, don't eat a couple of the case of the neck edges and the Kahota in Ito and the arch. His and it up and that in Kinigi. A Kotiba has on ages and it's on. Or Pinado bis soki ja. Penatni kin. Spata hazzen. Tol inigi spahazzen. Akoti aje to number nes kage kati baya telsi da hota nini di behaz ani ba yago yate ako hoda asni to lekto da just kau spahazzen to lek khayda na not tinki khayda bich hato ziti bitte hoye Akoti to the cemetery hat nini do yo na yo iniki to that kayante pasa hat no ni bin na neche sa today this is those kitchen that ni see to ma so in that is I think that is nitiki sato hat se o da ako didn't hit to ni I'd say that he's on he's a shade on he's another than Lina. The hash cake and there, the bond dog. The dog either Shanghai, how could I saw the hash cake, although Gahoda easily. So I got what or him center. Kadeot aha or 08 make it under the door. Ako tati ne nan asa hit to nesto hit sari bito zo home side lease bita zo home side lease hada hait zo ke do bin ye ho one to ya na pe to nesliti bin ya bin ye tati no Ako ebini ato ya hash bekat no hash bekat to nini hash bekat ako later about the kids so just fast the unwritten law ya taboo that it's unwritten but we know it ako even now we started right in the end. Open range burials don't cost later, no. Never not so that liniki. Dita to tatati, ne? Chutan, ne? Akut on the chutai, ahun akun de kai. Akun halchen, the better thing, the bigger shiata has no akun that the cut. Ebin in that dot, that a traditional that the ninigi ho. That case you don't what in not inigi yes so we don't need a regulation that has an bahazan what are we going to do about what's happening now? I don't know but I say the list get down these shrines or memorial that they not crazy that in Arjo, what Ela, or an easy, what Ela Arjo, so just case. Under quitted under all your funds, need all that is over by the Kayako at addition, done or in fashion or who's home, I'll call that the dead home. Bigger hot gave her the yash hold that Germany was ako what me the CPO out that hit non hidden extra ako di hit la to nitla lit sadi bikato chitla do ajito it's old school so it's ajito in Islamic yeah I want a good cemetery. I want to make sure it's like this many to ajit the on it. And land withdrawals at the Leo Cemetery, Sunday, that is negative. I don't live upper fruit in those are days. So model which I show the Yila. These into the case, these down the head. Quite said your head, quite Nayoda head, quite your dad net all this. Chalan Linda go a veteran equity has auto cremation yana then zinigi in lane with the 80 ayat lebanon little a one a nisto list. Out of a church that then I quite a church I thought as a non church no a what a for anybody's use ask for in later na yota in the list no it's called they did lado hot regional regional cemetery a commonly farming condition I say as long you get that slaggy plots in the cemetery private agent that had that deep been Kadeya Yota Yabakai okay you're not that they're stacking them in Nani Kia part that don't not lay hard to the part or Nishi Anan a call quite true door is what are ya not kind of I hold that how she that another is either less what that a call a don't the destination so a call the first draft every year that she said that Hinane Kata. The other history is now emailed area are cut off. I don't know, you see, the other late art or late art back case. Late audio as Yahweh or the dot, how has it or nishes and what other days called that the niche. We're going to have 110 different plans and that's it all day. I can't send out cases, so I thought I call that another 6 years, that's not days also in the back. I still thought next one. I didn't get the I said, you know, but here the other social, I saw zero. Did six case, did one 6 case, meaning I can't. Asian area for the national country is sort of how and the big like that. How and that was nature. As on the traditional, modern, advanced, how late are those nature of and how do we make a regulation that will address everybody's need and concern? All the 3 times from 10 pages each. But not. How do we just do the minimum? Although delegate Sawyer had the grandfather that was mentioned, they are down as our chapter to the they got land use plan, but not that. And they go with us to the house in the GPS stuff set. Hard enough. Bazen to Auto lady not supposed to be in the Bazen Auto a historic preservation Yahoo. 80 store whole days, Arden days, and all that he tells him. All the Bazen the hard enough. Had done that. The other lecturers taught that I can't now. I thought Bazen the we had to avoid this area, that area, hadn't they? Asian stuff was a case of others, Yagot and the Nasa of that is on. That's it, indicated now or Stahan. Take your hand, yen does, that's indicated now. Stop. What about to know how case stop? And that, also has said already, I have.
Go ahead, Mr. Halona. Next on the list here to speak is Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
This is Delegate Elmer Begay.
Okay, Honorable Elmer Begay, I'll add you to the list.
Oh, yeah, Chairman Nance, thank you very much for having this resource development committee meeting. Resource Committee. Around the Shedane Shell Kahas include Isanol Angi Quaggy. Behind Inigi Bahas Tigi Quaggy. When the She 8 hot arshing been the hottest on by a teaching been yet, but at all Niko sheet out. She did the way hard rata hot apaha or CD. They're looking for expansion of the cemetery. It's going to come before Resource Development Committee. Era apeo or elite aya hatas the eka or nito you had a pitan no aj ye yata konde the bayati certainly yato hajo channel card or no yata see could out yat it's going to come before Resource Committee behind in she kayo kdishi a tayo kidole Shady just regarding a shadow the dawn and sling Tohan and Slido and the torch in Bashido she that Eros Gadzo does not the cohom the quaggy the net narrated to the Yota Sunday a Tobacalia has Annie the Nelle in this extra dissolve. These non-law way was never been written, never traditional law Nisa. Tobacalia has Annie the law way Nisa. I think this is why a lot of it was never been written into law. Here, Mr. Roger Brigade or Brigade or Mr. Alona, thank you. Bring this forth for a Resource Development Committee because it's all related entirely in Navajo Reservation. The Kodibaya Tiki, Yopaya Tiki, the Hinnet Betzila, Konet Betzilo, Shady Airby T. Ashipinian. Nikita Hotini, Honahota, Payatos, Tito, Sato Sneak, no shooting in Ye and her last sleep or Tavantus kiss. Shedea 18 water and naked or other lecture that so the assure your cities are very discouraging and distracting. I could also not this so that your Hazozic or Castle. The card Benego is Carter and Daria at every dust on the no. I could eat a answer rather, you the hunter kiss you. I want to kick with that deal. So it added on this last region or another bunch of the kiss. I could, although there was already a law that was already set, which was never brought to the people. Maybe should have brought broadcast on the radio. Jabaya T with Told either many the actually stand about those in the kid and they taught now the go to other was can go in that I anyway about as a net a hotel at netted out of 10 years at and they she's getting what Ashnan she must on Monday that she chaos and slum. We heard in the cattle to trading post. Kidneys, carnage, she done the purpose. It thought she came. I was only in middle school. Then my son Sonny at the car deal was no. I caught Aja Kanan, she deal, she do. I don't say, kids, though. Lots of sleep. Could each key as in lean daily or your. I don't, my last sleep, that's my ears as a sleep. The conde. I saw I need to have the height of she had no. I could tell, though, adult and Atlanta and Lenny reference mission. He guided us to do things like this. Telling how is like the conde, out of what the sad seen obeyed to Jilchim Rade. Could the 8,000 thing to sky. And so, not only are is killed in his con. Tracy that is in the traditional law. That's the law that well, not for in night he hotels in not or the not close than here in that or chosen. Though it even showing hot he to Carter. Knock a question with others. Echo. Nana Fati, Ekashimanas, Netan Nakatiste, Keep Gale Tati, Arton, the Antesa, Azasa, another cousin go, Shama, double cousin Azago, the Hutsa, Chinabati, Lausto, Eddie, she Cosnesh, Dahilo. He unamed something with the name, I see Gale Tati, Agasin over the teacher. She aren't not closer. He does Colonel. At ila in on Nielsen. Come not the skin a hotel stanley Chinabitla. A hotelson. The Nielsen. So what I traditional law, he got out the Nielsen on it a skinny clinic. This is by us, he's not on. So the obey Mrs. Hosner, based on his isla. By us, he get after Naina. Ein nar yegi dilzen och Europa dilzen sto och ingi pa dilzen ekut oya even hilchedish ansam ikunde niwek ogs all what if you go outside of reservation le cemetery to be like the how we banda able kan aja na das aja to bando became the nista. Rest in peace in there. What are you at that? Can you could you Ashish Ashketa Horatza? When I cannot the Holland later on, I was kind of affect the whole family. Go deep. I see your Abbott, I saw what was all your team, but I'm putting into this information to you to understand what are you talking about. In nani da disco. But I had I'm kidding to the case what that it's got it or at your 500 or about some case. Of course, I wrote the Tino Bahasnag. It shouldn't be because of at Ilaban, the Navajo reservation just down the Vulcan. I heard about this. Was the Nevikin Dash Mazotino? The flower that say that I know ya that's tea. Was also that at it end in the shade quaggy those initial no. I'll see that the stashing that a one so there but this the dog did certified shepherd or non certified. There are no difference between the two. The two are the chapters certified non chapters. They all have to follow the same law. But certified checker must know the law because on the better to the certified dealer. They should be make a very good example of the need or Ilya Arj being to Zinto even your certified dealer. Only a couldn't know the store as a what aid. Solid peso chili or they still get assistance from advisory from the Department of Justice. Because on federal law, did Hunana Ebenina, she didn't know Dilson, the Nebina Dilson. But it's been out a crippled chat official to us here on the phone. He's not in the Shido, he's on Anito collaboration. Yeah, she didn't need not all ye have can't see so. Yet it all is not on in need of not us no nanidini. Kodi kwe yo ba hun sende aba yo tishi ke hon shnat ani kwe resource development committee ado plus like to steer asking about since he was used to work at judicial branch and jingo jinon hal he's from mommy associate justice remedy Austin hutashi here to shadow kodoshin or jino part or nito nikaya nil and all this Kena equivalent as you that's long genoye, that's sealed kudo, ero the bahon sendo, Akon Tabaha Street or Listo, with there's only did era baking das or last. Genoshin Honda, the large data, Yeda. I don't thank you, Mr. Halona, Dor Richard B. God bless you, and thank you for your great help to provide good information to the Resource Development Committee. Yeah, once to go by street or this just now association in late Mr. Chair Ricky Nam. Thank you. I go back on mute now. I want to talk about Isla.
And Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. Thank you. Dr. Chris Benali from IHS Hospital. We would really like for your recommendation too, Dr. Benali. You have the floor. Dr. Benali, press *6 to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
can
we
you
can
hear
hear
me?
you now. Yes,
oh,
we can
okay.
hear you. Go ahead.
Just for the record, the but only he's in this not for Shanat Ani, the Nostanido Navajo Nation, Jinda Nashigi. Ani Bahasti. Okay, just some recommendations. Dida Shrine Ninigi. Ani let him with all what triggers you. Then you start thinking maybe the spirit is still there, you know. He just but I don't know. What about if they adopt mile markers? What's the whole what family they can clean up that road. Along the road. Of course, they can carry on and show their respect to their loved ones who have passed by doing that, by also taking care of that piece of land right there along the road. That would involve flowers or shrines or concrete or fence. You know, I thought a mile marker now in memory of or by a certain family. I think, you know, the cremation had I don't know. From family to family, region to region. Of course, I work with, some of you know, I work with suicide prevention, domestic violence prevention, sexually assault. Of course, even one of the previous Chief Justice told me,
Dr. Benali. Dr. Benali. Dr. Benali. Dr. Benali. Dr. Benali. Okay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Oh, go ahead.
The members of the Resource Development Committee, and then people that were on the line, one thing that I wanted to share with you is today, I guess our thought is all about is could in the time case a lot. Did you could you see bouncy case get this pandemic? Since to go the yaga need constantly go. I don't net and there so that it by the just go. What are the DJ? Kita should eat the hot za, what that head on dust need or the hot inching. Washing you that what I picnic is Nico DJ, ya in here, because any none the one that were alive. Are the target so when he last so all this being benign other fancy cases though I don't could I don't know it we're our back of our mind is this pandemic. So even now my chapters I Dalcon, Tisto, Indian Wells, White Cone, and Greece with the Ajadi Panashaho. Dalcon, Indian Wells, and White Cone, Ihasin Sogodia. A land I doubt but about the stuff for cemetery. A call the Jid, Asin Sogodia, oh, Hatahushi. I die, ya, because at the Hodiado land or withdrawn for went to the Navajo Nation. They got that list. What are they Bahatos Lingo? But don't ask that go to how to maintain and keep records and the management part of it. Yoba who needs and that home. I think I think that's separate. I don't know how do we go about it right now. I think we might have to be a priority for the chapters because we all know that the funds that were given to us due to our loss of loved ones. The reason why is that Hikoto, Dalcon, and Zapa is part of the reservation. Where people, when those things happen, Winslow, based in the Lord only, Hope Road, Isa can go home. Ajugo, Chong, in Hayat, at East, not Jato, I don't know, I had dated Leto, I don't know, in the Yodo, Nisk, undate Lato, but has Anje, based on you, Niheda Yila. I don't know that a cemetery, Ajuda Chito, in the city, he asked at the Bahna Itle. And then on top of it, if you're not within that city limits, I only call down to run a long, what are in hit Nel than anything. A base of Satit up. Night Lina long in Hanas Kitiko. What are a class of Lingo. Even Nago. Coco Hajo at Eta Liago. Joe Hot and Hadden Selino. Yahot H. Ajaba Hayan Aj Nahoti Nit Zendide Ni Lengi Yoin in any hot Zagi Chotan. Evika the Aja Easy Nahan. Kodia Doba. The cemetery Doba Hayad and Onas Tito that 10. Ado but Nasdo Tassen the Ajay in general conduct team don't know that even Aja than Nahan. But there has only seen her long there. I think what in it to when hold me the sink that the nanny clinic is in because of something on that. Is he hold me? Is he as easy that and he's in the car. Then he need not, some had neither go. They at him not. So what else or even now hot air to hot neither on. If we on I think as a little so I don't know if it's can be resource development committee or out on the land department. Keep it out the I thought some of these chapters already have withdrawn land. How to improve it. Each chapter has their own cost estimate already. Can we use the CARES Act funds to improve some of those cemeteries? So not to get the base of your legend here in the aqua and that now see that yet that also Banza case yako when I did this kiss no the chapters then so Halita let's streamline this out to improving that old needs I don't have to have to I don't that now that they kick at the holy Nico. But I just keep all this. Although on top of it, the year because it get basket share and the basket though that actually call. One thing I think Mr. Richard McGee kind of alluded to that is John here one has undergone how one deep part is or the die hook and so this so they could not how one the couldn't attend it out couldn't say his care or how one or the ability he not hard or another so that they did just as Lisa to get the since as we saw the other that the just about that other it should ask the host I don't get that thing Bevan as has is both in there to know that that never go. Quite a yap bad only but then get on some of the bounces case out that hanging. So it even I just kid this should not Dalgin has constantly.
Honorable Begay, Khayla is an evidence kit. We have Mr. Roger Begay, Mr. Halona, and Richard Begay.
Mr. Halona and the last one, Richard Begay.
Okay, Mr. Halona.
Can you hear me, Chairman Ness?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Kala. Delegate Begay, chapters Ada hata yezot no. Ako Asian ya. Kait ada letok at ya akati na halita ador nisha. O hata yezon de hot end. Kait achudo inji ado tayi dada. Ako ata di highlight ador nisha. Has on it at all links. Highlight at all links. Just out no ya. The just J or that in that such a or that just no that yata stone. Ako 80 at the highlight at all links. How deep does it have to be? How wide? How far apart? Ako plots again as in general cadence in the middle. Ako ya. Has adon sago johat no. Of course, Benzini, Yakujo dog they no it's not systematically. They don't use it one plot after another. So there's no policy, there's no plans. No plans for use. Do khela ya hadiya do lesto khela ya nan kha do lesto ado led obeda ajyagi edi that chwa ido le edo dara to biodegradable ice flowers that's an ya do le ado han za shi ya acquired senel dollars. Aro hados in what he dollars. So what I see at what Taho or Nato Benda, Nato Yenda after that. Never seen that idea. Don't even that is that no, that the base of it. Thank you.
Mr. Richard Begay, respond, please.
Oh, Yate, let me explain a little further historic preservation. There, in the past, there were lots of burials na saza dat hegidado at the nagida. About that day, you'll show about that elada bahashna. One of the things we did is we worked with the old McKinley mine just outside of Sabanito and identified some acres, 2 cemeteries, one for prehistoric remains that came from the mine and elsewhere. There are 2 cemeteries up there. And that's where we have buried some remains that have come to our office or that we removed from people's home and we could not rebury them nearby. And so we have that cemetery, we call it a cemetery. And so we rebury those up there and we do monitor that up there. We also, and I did fail to mention, we do get in the mail people who collected, skulls, mostly skulls in the past. And we have people mail those to us. So all our administrative staff are very hesitant to open boxes when they're addressed to us, especially if they're handwritten address. Because like I said, people mail back bones. They said we found them on a trip to Navajo land so we don't know where those bones came from, or if they're on Nasazari or Navajo. So that's why we created those 2 cemeteries up on the old McKinley landmine. So we do monitor those. Those old Navajo sites. We keep an eye on them, and we recorded the locations of some of those in our database. So we do have some information on them. If you ever go to Pinyon, past Whippoorwill, just Chanda, Tsindikasinilo, now that wood is gone now. So, we try to keep an eye on things like that, and people don't know about that. So somebody came and probably hauled it away, that burial, and used it for firewood. So part of what we try to do, educate our own people. So lots of things like that. So we have a very big job. We all do. Land Department, we trying to identify and protect those burials. That's all. So we try to do the best we can with the resources we can. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Begay, for that. Let me go to Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Thank you, Chairman and committee members. Presenters, Kahasing, Isenofagi, Edo, Tichehobe, Ikikanegi, Irani, and Tisto, na addicted Christian, Celine, the ena addicted dashing a bikako, not Ahagedo, Bazani, had the dog nature even Yako, a call Shahade Bansa, so the John Sawyer, Kudo Shaho, they credo, the Neban de Craigido, Kaya. Bande Craigie Peshwans and Nan Shadil Inigi J. Adahot Agi A James East. A coho Nave Archer Ginit Lahagi, the Nenel Ad Kahanit Niki Cameron community. Nana San Rots a beta the Holia. A co Ajikaya what Agi J. Bansa Kisti.
dia kaya chong inigi ayat kahon ki ko bandit dida kaya chong ko kwege bandit benina ko they out in Cameron, out in that region, to eat kayaki kwege. They don't go sleep just hit zil. So aniki bitchigo jainina. I don't likito sala. Sendot na zakat ntishi gadadat egi la wadlontle. I don't hashtag jo gata ya. Ado set setrator setra ado trodan ledo hochi what echo ado sant saze hada dit echo painted desert hajin put out cuz anko put ado hashtan after jonan ko setra what's that on I don't that just chasing as what ego say because unlegible I could declare when any ego a banza kiss a coho there's any door navigation ayat stoko a what ego hidden bayat so what ego recommended areas types where geography is a consideration, the terrain, the soil type, that should be a consideration when communities are looking to establish or withdraw land for cemeteries. I want to make that point. I think that's important because over in Cameron, there's like only two types of areas. The rocky terrain, the mountainous areas around the a floodplain. There's no in between. The other consideration for that area, a uranium. Even I just said so. Uranium said so hard did or the Holian overkick Naza Ado Jado that echo even that on the store begeda with the odds Nansa Haido Kato Hajuda is dog gives no it at the wind. It had that get just the mines, the uranium mines that were established or created. Quite mine outside those established areas, even though there's uranium, either. The EPA the Superfund project. Mine when it comes to land use planning, we have to incorporate those kind of concerns, those kind of environmental concerns that our land naturally there's uranium, a good part of Cameron. I see Tato Baha or Zio Shin Fit Kaya Fit out a Bonetza to Hat Nego. To Hat Nego to equate or Anthony that needs a nigit. Hashin Yahot, Hashi Honezla. Hashin on Rahat and a rage to Dodi Nido. Kejigi don't need the cargo. That ton that the not don't need the cargo. Although we can need that Kaya quite all this. cho what an hello it in dan long hole is the waiting it at the could it ko even it kaya pa wind ni ta it could on has taho sada tato seda taho a flap plane the hot it taho it uranium that it the whole or da ba that you the other there say that you the chabas you had nothing Johnson yeah Jananta ko ida just ba to sita jun so yeah ko do hisin sa hon za ho or kil ado pohnet za na hat agi jina hat sita son le ego sa twis zani ko what ego jinan jida stagi ga dit ai do keya jik des I gishi yeah Mike alone da do ga dit ai do it's le ida hanat si it's Roger Bigay ko it what the never has said or the way I think ado sa to it to they don't want to see it the way I see the dish kida kaya kehonez lag to lago not ego di quite 10 acres hatot so 15 acres that the nego da the shin chindan do so quite kaya nil 15 acres to lago sa yun so I see I see bonnet ado at sanata do na kitrada kaya han lahot en so yet oyo lahot an halin sa edo da ben just ehoda I see it's a sha Charlie dan lan johota e hana business o what is a dos lago ado let kin da ni adenda en so ge hajo ba husband such na on the way means that what chapter house not no 15 acres we got known ebe had that other bend each jedo also be had the land which were on 15 acres I got a chapter house need so ayat has anhalan nada baskida I don't have senior center nado no edo tina or they don't not I don't like kinder nado I don't know na kitin isla adolescents in the earlier I see to has other kaya did ana 15 acres what's what the heat like the cemetery ba when ego ko that ibik land so ban such case not thing is a thing is actually it and the budget hot agit and the zing akot yilaj judo don 6000 ibn na abetin sogo so what I got nepe betran of the nayan seki so what I think abakadi jason sunako a hasing so nan do ko kon de ya ban sa kes ado sahunana in the batson kids sto origin he ke ya hollo feeland al yage in se hollo ko kudat ego chito in hard shi ko need na ta ni gon da han ni ke ya hard da 3D in aya na hoti aya to stasi kagota edk ya gi aje nada huil ben do le ta no we hol just ni tatten do ba ashla na feda we Winslow just hota ke ya na has ni Winslow track no ko hard da naslet ni hitoka na falchen ke ya gi ju de do in de shi la nan zani de shi ben lego ben hat aje do le no I'm Sago Kayana has ni Edo Bansas Kishananta Resource Development Committee members Chinanta Johadat Egodo that kind of comes into view the need for more land. Well, we have land that we've acquired in the past
for development purposes. So today, the quite bandit, nigi a kaya, the aquatic trust land, Vietnam has all kaya pasa, hono, yo, what echo, I say hajo, panahanet, I say hajo, ben yes, and that little, I had a theater to the Behui heat lake under, they had the ashing on me. Because logical a how none that ensign a co. Could that ego sheet teacher Bansidik is so little. Shunan do get a hassle that is not like a hunso. So if they have steadily, Chairman Nez, thank you.
Thank you, Shanant, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. We certainly appreciate all recommendations and comments that are being stated, because we're creating and compiling information as to how we can ameliorate this policy, which is a very sensitive topic, but at the same time, I believe our minds are focused on how we respectfully need to create a policy for all. Akoyaha, the tech echo, Nahat Ahagib, Ahadolson, but the ne, yo at the let or less, yo the yon nini. Ako at the on his nahan neko. By listening to all, it has, for me, it has caused me to become very inquisitive as far as seeing what angles, whether it's religious or traditional views, that this all helps us. What Abe has anibe Bahudinils and Oshin has Eddie Nathanson go Koro Dysonils Ado Seha Anosco Kache Nasto Lefty Resources Enforcement do Miss Hope Wilson, are you on the line? If you are, you're up next. Push *6 if you need to unmute. Miss Hope Wilson.
Good afternoon. Can you?
Yes, I can hear you, but
okay.
Are you on?
Yes, good afternoon. This is Hope Wilson with Resource Enforcement. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, and the listening audience as well. We're looking over the policy here. I have a couple of sergeants on the line as well, Sergeant Daryl Billy, Ranger Brandon Sosi from Central, and Sergeant Stanley Milford here. I believe Sergeant Phillips is on the line as well. But as we're looking at this policy, the burial policy, we did meet with Mr. Halona a couple months back regarding the policy, and he said that he had drafted a letter for DOJ's review to be sent to the funeral homes that work with the Navajo Nation regarding burials on open range. And he said that it's been there for, I think, a year or two for review, and it hasn't moved forward. But that's one issue. And then as I'm looking at this policy, we address family plot cemeteries. Is that something we're going to continue to allow? Or I know some of the discussion is having community cemeteries moving in that direction. So that was the question I had, is are we going to set a date as to from such and such date forward we're not going to no longer have family plot cemeteries? Because I know like in the community I come from in Crystal, we don't have a community cemetery, as Delegate Wilson stated. We usually go, Delegate Stewart stated, we usually go here to Fort Defiance as our nearest community cemetery. And, I have had discussions with, specifically my family. We have family plot cemeteries, not only on my mother's side, but also my father's side. And I did I did bring it to her attention, letting her know that, this is something that's out there. There's compliance issues, you need to come into compliance. Someone needs to be a representative, and when I met with Mr. Halona, he informed us that, when burials are happening, the families come to Mr. Halona and they tell him, this one time, let us do it. We'll come back. We'll come into compliance. We'll do what needs to be done. We'll get the clearances and stuff. But, nobody ever comes back. And he's, as far as I know, he's still doesn't have anybody who has come into compliance with family plots. And as we're having this discussion, there is the issue of individuals not wanting to have their name assigned, I guess, with the family plot. They don't want to be responsible for taking care of the area, those kind of things. So that's, I don't know how we're going to address that moving forward, but that's just kind of my personal experience in dealing with my family and our family plots. And there's got to be education with the public regarding the burial issue. I don't know if we're going to take this out for public comment for them to do that, because we do have burials that are happening, on home site leases, in their backyards. We're coming across those issues, and as we're going forward, just the past couple months dealing with COVID, there's been a number of complaints that have come in regarding burials, and it's becoming a major issue in terms of who is responsible and where do these complaints go to. I know some of the grazing officials are dealing with it on a local in terms of the grazing members out there or the land users who are coming to them saying that this is happening, so-and-so is coming, there's going to be a burial. And most of these complaints are coming in today. The burial is happening today, right now, And at that point, and I know Delegate Key Allen was CC'd on one of them, where towards, let me see, this one was out in Many Farms.
Ms. Wilson? Ms.
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
You're breaking in and out of your presentation.
Okay. I'm on a landline, so hopefully it improves. But so these are a lot of the things that are coming in. Just like I said, the complaints are coming in regarding burials where it's happening today. The funeral home is coming out today, to bury a family member. And we at the department have not stopped any burials. We think that it's inappropriate at that time when the burial is happening to put a family through more grief, letting them know that it can't happen today. So we haven't done that, but I know there was a grazing meeting that was held back in March of 2019 where the grazing officials wanted to pass resolutions regarding range land burials, where there would be no land burials on the range anymore. It would all have to be at a community cemetery, and the fine would be $500 for the illegal burial. Our concern comes in terms of enforcement, because in this policy, it looks like the grazing officials are enforcing this. And is this something that they're aware of? Is this something that they realize that is going to become a part of their duties and responsibilities at Department of Agriculture? And it talks about an appeal process for different items and disputes. But we know that in our culture, we usually within the 4 days is when funerals are set to occur. So with this appeal process, what are the time limits? In terms of getting back with the family, letting them know yes or no, they can proceed. Right now, if the grazing officials are responsible for dealing with these issues regarding the grazing rights, are they going to work with the prosecutor? And is the prosecutor going to file a restraining order on behalf of the Navajo Nation against the families who are doing these burials out on the open range? Those are kind of the questions we had. And even with the grazing permits, a lot of these permits are in probate status, and some of them don't have valid tally counts. So when a grazing permit is presented, for instance, for an inspection, they have to have an up-to-date tally count in order for their grazing permit to be valid. And I know a lot of the grazing permits are kind of just held in limbo right now regarding the biological review by Fish and Wildlife. So, I don't know what BIA and the Navajo Nation is doing in terms of trying to work through that process and getting these grazing permits reissued out to some of the permittees. And if we talk about as well as prohibited behavior at some of these cemeteries, and we talk about maintenance standards, cemetery standards. Who's going to be enforcing that, and what are the penalties on this prohibited behavior if somebody is out there, some of the city business, out on cemeteries? What is the fine for that? Is there going to be a fine? What is the enforcement? Citations? All those kind of things is what we are looking at. And I believe public safety should be a part of these discussions as well, because most of the calls go directly to public safety regarding, if a funeral is happening and the complainant doesn't want it to happen. And then from there, they're forwarded over to here to resource enforcement. And, some majority of the time, public safety just lets them proceed with the funeral because there's really nothing that's there. And regarding roadside memorials, that's considered distracted driving according to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, because it's anything that takes your attention away from the task of safe driving. You cannot drive safely unless the task of driving has your full attention. Any non-driving activity you engage in is a potential distraction and increases your risk of crashing. So I think, when we're talking about roadside memorials, I think that's what the cemeteries are for, to have that kind of memorial recognition to be there at the cemeteries, not necessarily along the roadside, because it is distracting to, different individuals that are there that conduct business on, that are traveling on the roadways. So if we were just to say it's prohibited, then at least that takes individuals know that it's prohibited, and we don't have to necessarily develop a policy related to specific roadside memorials, those that are pre-existing, those that could be put up, as time goes along. But right now, those are kind of some of the issues that we're seeing on our side, and we realize that this is kind of just a draft policy, and we can forward our recommendations to Mr. Halona and to Ms. Yazzie as well. That way they're kind of aware of where we're coming from. But like I said, I think public safety needs to be a part of this discussion as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilson, for your presentation. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any questions or comments for Ms. Wilson? None? Dr. Yellowman, you're next. Push star 6 to unmute. Dr. Yellowman.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead and proceed.
Okay, thank you. And honorable members of RDC, and I've also heard various or other members from the 24th Navajo Nation Council on the line. And then we have colleagues from other divisions as well. And it's been a heavy, long topic today, and I appreciate all of the information that was shared, and also the acknowledgement of some of the heaviness that we have endured and have grieved over the last year. And even this morning, as Mr. Begay, Rod Begay, was sharing at DCD, we worked with DOJ very early on in April and drafted up the burial guidance with the CDC. But prior to the pandemic, this has been a concern and an issue that we have been working on. And then COVID hit, as many presenters shared today, and that just escalated quite a bit. But the common thread that I've heard throughout the day, and that I've heard from many council delegates, is just what happens in the community level and at the chapter level. And DCD plays a role in various parts of the conversation today. And Delegate Odo still mentioned earlier, who is the communicator? We play a role in that, DCD. We play a role in providing our insight in drafting the legislation or the burial. We're part of drafting that, and that draft or that information comes from our Club C. Delegate Wilson Stewart mentioned that early on this morning, the role of the Club C, and that's something where DCD really, we need to expand our ability to provide more technical assistance on the Club C manual, and getting the chapters up to date on their Club C manual. Simultaneously, we're working on the emergency planning as well as a public health lens perspective to that too. And many of these things tie in together. But back to our Club C. Our Club C, we are in our immediate future to expand on what we could do to provide better Club C technical assistance. Right now we have a few staff on hand working together through CPMD and ASC to help adjust assistance for the manuals, the Club C manuals, and updating those. And then it was also mentioned earlier too today, the ordinances. CPMD also plays a very strong role in those ordinances, both for commercial and residential ordinances, and the design of a community layout, so to speak. And you might have a home along the side of one of our major roads, like right in Window Rock. You have right past the fairgrounds. You have some residential homes, but then on the other side of the street light there, going west, you have a commercial building there, the dollar store. So those things play a role, and there's coordination that needs to happen between our ordinances for residential and commercial. So I will definitely make sure that those are represented as I move forward with the draft. The other thing I wanted to touch on too as well that was mentioned earlier is it's just really important that when we move forward on this, that the interpretations of the law and the understanding of this gets out to 110 chapters, and where you have over 300 elected officials. With 110 chapters, you have 330 secretaries, presidents, vice presidents at the chapter level, commission members, and then you have the elected Benant Aiki, you have those grazing. And what we saw last year was a tremendous amount of grieving and some conflict when there's a misinterpretation or a gap of information between what is drafted or what is created in law, and then how it gets down at the chapter Hogan level. That's another big part of DCD, but also welcome Division of Natural Resource, Land Department, various other departments to join us in educating and creating more of a common information on how the nation will move forward on such procedures. There have been times where we've had staff last year, unfortunately, they have to go to the burial site to calm down families so that there wouldn't be conflict, because we unfortunately have staff or community members not wanting to open the gate. Conflict over who can and who is allowed to open a gate. and that can be a reflection of not knowing the information, not knowing the, or the other comment earlier that was made is who enforces this, and who has the authority to enforce that. So that link between this discussion here and then how it gets enacted or implemented at the community chapter level, DCD, we play a role in that, and we play a role in a way that unfortunately right now what we're seeing in some of the communities roll out is it can be conflict, and it can be complicated while families are grieving. And so I just want to touch on that side. There's no black and white side of the legal white, the paper, because by the time it gets out to the community level, people are impacted by these laws, or they're impacted by these procedures and policies, and then it impacts their family's way of bearing their loved one. So all the way down to the community and then to the family level. I also want to share that our ASC also plays a role in this, and how they work with the chapters and how they coordinate the information to the chapters. There's a big need for DCD and ASC to remain involved here, which I just want to extend our appreciation to Mr. Begay, Rod Begay. I know he's put a lot of time into this and reaching out to various departments for input as well. And so there's a strong connection between us continuing to work with DOJ and then, of course, our oversight, RDC. We've been so busy with various cares in the last year that this is still remains important and still heavily needed. But the way these laws get drafted really shape how our community starts to implement them. And I'm seeing that more and more as I learn more and more about how laws are created and laws are made, and then how we implement them and execute them. I just can't stress enough how delicate the situation and this conversation is. And so many players, so many active key role members are a part of this. So, Chair, I know a lot has been said today. I think my phone says over 5 hours on the call here. But I know a lot has been said. I just want to share that we remain committed to adding and continuing to support DOJ with this. I have various departments that play a key role in this, all the way from CPMD, all the way to CHID. Our CHID staff really took on the role this past year in working with the chapters to help with the burial assistance, and all the way from the staff at the chapter that our CHID staff worked with the PEP workers as well. So in some ways we were heavily involved over the last year, but nonetheless I think moving forward that we would still remain heavily involved. I also just want to share that the various delegates that share concerns, we do have staff on the line today that we're listening in, and take all of that into implementing and not just consideration, but we take it in and we listen. So I want to just make sure that is known as well. So Chair, that's just our a brief presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any questions or comments? And if I would like to just say that we've had a good day with this discussion on a very sensitive topic of burials and cemeteries. We do need to move forward on it. We will have a follow-up meeting, but I would like to ask everybody respectfully to submit all your written recommendations to the Navajo Land Department, Mr. Halona, and also Ms. Elarina Yazzie, so they can add these recommendations into the policy and where it should fit. I know once we've really come to finalizing the policy, we'll probably more than likely have a work session with the full Navajo Nation Council, because that was requested about a month ago for Nabik-Iati, and I would like the oversight RDC to first work with Land Department, General Land Department, Historic Preservation, Department of Justice, Division of Natural Resources, as well as the President's Office, and even IHS, to really bring this all together one more time before we present it to a Nabik-Iati committee. I know that there's different perspectives on issues, and traditionally as well as spiritually, we have different backgrounds as well. So we just need to respectfully have this policy in place for everyone to abide by. I really take your recommendations and value them, because we're creating something that's just been on the shelves, and it was brought up, and now we're finally going to do something with it. So it is time that we do this for our people to abide by also. So, honorable members of RDC, do you have any other comments or questions? If not, I'm going to give some time back over to Mr. Halona.
Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Okay. I can't Nana Chair and members of the Resource Development Committee and all of the staff, all of the divisions, and have been on the phone with us today. And again, I just want to express my appreciation for your comments, for your questions, for adding to the draft regulations that have been formulated. And it took a lot just to get that formulated, when we were going through this process. As I mentioned, it started years ago, and the complexity of it is what makes it a challenge. And but we want to be able to have good dialogue, good input, and there's things that came up today that we haven't really considered or need to reconsider. That's going to go into the policy. So this policy is going to really be a representation of all of us jointly working together to put something in place that can have a more organized process and an understandable process, and that will serve going forward. It took 60 years to get to this point, to think about changing what has been on the code since 1958, and so now we want to put together something that will last another 60 years, but be able to refine it as time allows, and how things can really change. And this past year has been a tremendous challenge for all of us. We've all been affected. We've all been involved in one way or another directly as a result. And it just made the light shine more on the need for these regulations to be able to provide guidance, to be able to answer people's questions, to be able to have a document that can be used for planning to improve communities. And so we all know what our roles are. And the enforcement side will come once we get the regulations in place, and now which area of the regulation would be a violation. And that's another part we had to come back. This would be a considerable a violation. Here's an offense. An offense of this would probably be this, hoping that it would deter or prohibit any more further need. And that's why regulations come up, is to address a need, to correct human nature as some things that we're doing, just like the speed limits are put in place for us. And there's some of us that follow, and then others that we don't follow. But it's there for us, it's for our good. And so we want these regulations to be able to address all areas. And so all social and other these two these two hundreds of case. Oh, you know that's not so and we're looking forward to getting all the comments that we can get back and see what areas we can where they would all fit in and come up with a good product that we can take to Navajo. And so we'll be thinking about a sponsor, honorable delegates. We'll be thinking about sponsorship as we move this forward towards legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Halona. And also, Mr. Roderick Begay, could you provide a summarized statement also?
Mr. Chair, and those on the call, I've been taking notes and on all the suggestions and comments, and so I look forward to working with Navajo Land Department and reviewing all of your comments. I think Mr. Halona basically said it all. We need to come together and work on some of these things, and I don't know how we're going to address every concern, but I think that this is the second step from last year's meeting into this year, and moving forward, and hopefully eventually we'll get to a product that we can submit into the legislative process that helps a lot of us. It'll help all of us in pointing our communities and our officials and everyone to guide everyone to address some of the burial issues that right now is semi-chaotic. We don't know where to direct people to, and so we need something to give us some guidance. And so with that, Mr. Chair, that will be my closing statement. I appreciate you allowing me to speak today, and I'll be safe out there.
Thank you, Mr. Begay. And we certainly appreciate your legal perspective on these policies and for your assistance. Mr. Begay. Thank you. Mr. Richard Begay, your closing statement.
I think this discussion excuse me, is long overdue. So I'm glad we're talking about this at this level in Window Rock, and I think that the people out there are also wanting some direction. And we drive by Fort Defiance is a good example. We drive by that every day, or at least I do, coming in from Nash City to Window Rock every day. And, it's sad to see the state of that cemetery. It's a veteran cemetery. And I think that we need to do better at taking care of our loved ones. And maybe this is a way to do that. And we also need to address some of those issues at the home level, disputes and so on. So I'm glad we're having this discussion. I think, and I want to propose this to the RDC, we're talking about cemeteries and family plots, and we have some information over here. Land Department has information, and General Land has information. And I think some of that information, especially the locations of those cemeteries and family plots, needs to be centralized so we know what we're talking about. How many cemeteries are there out there? How many of them are actually bona fide ones? How many of them are out there, and where are they? So I would like to suggest to the RDC that maybe perhaps one of the things we ought to do is to allocate some money to either land or historic preservation so we can fund a position, and that person can inventory all the cemeteries on the reservation and get their locations, and identify them, whether they are formal cemeteries or family plots, and use that information. We can get some statistics from there, and on the edge there are historic cemeteries as well. There's one in there, Fort Defiance, from the 1800s. And there's the one by Fort Wingate that date back to the 1800s. There's all these cemeteries out there, and we don't know the exact locations of them. So we're trying to pass some legislation without fully understanding what's out there, and where are they, and who belongs to. So I think that before we actually finalize this, we need to find out where those cemeteries are, who's in charge of them, who's managing them. Are they, have they been set aside as formal cemeteries? And where are those family cemeteries? We hear a lot about them, but where are they? So I think we're, as part of our due diligence, we ought to make an effort to identify and centralize the location of those cemeteries. And I think the only way to do that is to allocate some funding, and so that some person or persons can go work with the chapters, the local communities, to identify those places, those cemeteries and family plots, and put them on a GIS system so we know where those places are. And that would maybe give us some additional information that we need to consider when developing legislation to manage and control these cemeteries. So I would ask that from RDC, and I'm happy to work with Mike and Elrina to develop a budget to put before the RDC to support some money to inventory those cemeteries. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Begay. Ado, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, are you on the line, sir?
Yes.
Did you have anything to add, Honorable Walker?
Just a real quick comment on mandates. Anytime Navajo Nation mandates things, issues, matters, at the local level, the response is, okay, these are unfunded mandates. Peso do bandit gocho what anat anhita behazi it akobanza case ko it obehasi doli konne do shi da judo ba banza case doli
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Ms. Iako?
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Nez and members of the Resources and Development Committee. One thing I just wanted to mention was actually what Richard just brought up. I need to go yehadzi this kidigi bansis queso, which is an assessment or an inventory, and then also a centralized location for what we've heard today from presenters on not exactly, locations or anything, but in terms of providing resources and information to departments like the Resources Enforcement Department, who will definitely play a vital role as well in developing the monitoring and enforcement of not just our natural resources in general, but I'm sure that through this policy, they will play that active role in helping to assist public safety in managing and monitoring these areas. I just wanted to mention that Chairman Nez and members of the RDC committee to also keep in mind the Eastern agency portion of the assessment in terms of drafting the budget and putting together the information, Mr. Begay, in regards to allotments and working with the BIA on that end, mostly because, the cross jurisdictions and working with the mortuaries and any kind of MOUs that we can perhaps include in that assessment as well to help develop a strategic plan in moving forward on this proposed policy. So, Adia, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Ms. Iako. We're going to compile all the recommendations and whatever we received and also sent to Mr. Halona as well as Ms. Yazzie. They will start working on the policy again, perhaps amend it, and we'll have a follow-up meeting, hopefully in less than 30 days, and start again, finalize it, and bring this before the full council of Navajo Committee. So they more than likely will have other amendments to it, and then move forward to introduce a legislation for this burial cemetery policy. So thank you for your recommendations and participation today. Thank you very much, everybody, for being on this line. I believe we've touched up on all that we needed to. We just need to move forward again. So we'll go ahead and conclude the meeting. It is now 3:30 p.m. Thank you.